and then ask me 5 more times.
Wow, they have the whole service that's over an hour.
Well, that was probably the hardest part, but I'd try and get out some thoughts and feelings on that. You know, I I think that honestly, you know, he didn't die. I think, you know, he moved on to another realm, probably to serve us with consciousness to better protect ourselves and our families. So why don't you play the other video so I can get angry?
Yeah.
I'm all fucked up now.
Yep. I mean, I don't want to play this hour service per se. A little bit long.
I really don't want to watch this, man. I don't go to funerals for a reason. I don't want to watch an hour-long service. I'm sorry. No disrespect.
Did you can you answer this question from Mrs. Jeep Girl?
Can you just get to the video and we can have some dialogue? Because I might not be able to last long.
All right. Let me see.
No, I mean, but he is me, right? I mean, it's a part of me, right? He'll, no, it's a brutal reality check though, because it could happen to anyone out there trying to do what's right. Um, no, I didn't know him, but that shit hurts.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. I thought it was removed. Hold on.
But I just didn't want to like go into like that was emotional enough for me. I don't want to. Uh,
Be on the blue BMW 335 XI. We are at Speak Street. Davis Fox 21. We're pulling into the post office parking lot.
21.
oh, yeah, it looks like you found a shill to fucking promote, but whatever. I don't know why you can't just.
So crazy the way they pulled up to him, in my opinion. I don't know.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, I'm Officer Farmington Police. Reason for the stop today is there's no registration on your vehicle.
You don't need registration and I don't answer questions.
Alrighty. Davis, Fox 21, can you have a couple more heading my way? Is this back window roll down?
Why do you need to know that?
I just want to make sure that you're the only one in the vehicle. So here's the deal, man. I'm stopping you because there's no registration on your vehicle, and I'm requesting your identification. Okay? You are detained at this time, and you are not free to leave. Are you going to provide me your identification?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no, that you're not going to provide me your identification. Is that the route we're going? Or would you like to provide your identification to me, and we can have a conversation, we can discuss the laws that you're breaking, and then we can go from there.
If you want my identification, you'll be under duress and you accept surety and trusteeship over it. Meaning you will be responsible for any debts that you're trying to incur here.
Okay, so I'm not trying to incur any debts or anything. I'm trying to investigate why your vehicle doesn't have any registration.
1692, you are trying to incur debt and legal action for something
Okay.
that is not allowed.
Okay.
And under
So,
19, section 245, traveling is a federally protected activity.
Okay.
In which
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that you do not have an option to identify yourself.
I do.
You are lawfully required to identify yourself. So you can provide your identification to me, and we can have a conversation about the laws that you've broken, or you can fail to identify to me, and we can go that route too. I'm perfectly okay with either way you want to go, but the direction that this encounter goes is 100% in your hands.
Sir, Utah Code, United States Code,
Okay?
is a corporate policy
Okay.
in which you have to be contracted and to be required to follow it. Unless you
Okay.
can provide me a contract with my wet ink signature on it saying that I'm required to follow it,
Okay?
then there's
So do you
nothing
wanna-
I'm obligated
Do you want to identify yourself to me, or do you want to go a different route? Wonderful. Do you have a driver license as well?
I am not giving you jurisdiction.
Okay.
Do not stop. Do not detain. You are not allowed to stop me.
Let me see that.
On your list,
I didn't see what you just tried to show me. Can you show that to me again? What's this?
This is a passport. It says, do not stare, do not detain. And if you go on the first page,
Okay.
it says, the United States hereby requests all who may concern
Okay.
to permit the citizens
Here's what I'm telling you.
of the United States name herein
Here's what I'm telling you.
without delay or hindrance.
Okay.
You are
Will you
required-
hand that to me so I can read it? You want me to look at it through this tiny crack in your
I am not
window?
handing it to you.
You're not going to hand it to me?
If I hand this to you, you accept trusteeship and surety, and you are obligated.
Sure, I'll
to
accept
fund it.
I'll accept trusting ship if you just hand me the document so I can identify who you are, because you're required by state law.
I am not
Thank you
required
so
to
much,
identify
Mr.
myself.
Chase Allan.
That is not me. That is a piece of plastic paper.
So you have a fraudulent passport?
No. that is a
Wonderful.
piece of paper.
That's what I'm hearing.
So the point is, hey, could you pause it for just a quick sec?
I think I did.
Okay, so I think that it's important to realize that what I think Chase was trying to articulate there is that he doesn't identify as that trust account, or that's not him. You know, even that legal name, that's not who he identifies as. And I think that that's an important thing to realize. You know, that's where they get jurisdiction, because he who creates controls. They created that trust allegedly for your benefit, but so if you identify as that trust, you're giving them control over you. I think that is a really important thing for people to realize. But sorry, I thought that was an important point I wanted to make. Thing for people
Yeah,
to
it was.
realize.
All right, I'm gonna restart it. That was a good point, though.
All right, thank you. Who's the publisher of this video?
Okay, step out of the car for me.
No.
Fullerton Informer.
Thank you.
Sir, step out of the vehicle
No.
right now.
I am not.
I'll drop his
required
link
to-
in the chat.
I wouldn't. He's putting the blame on.
Okay, all right, whatever.
Yeah, I just wouldn't. I mean, he's saying that he refuses to cooperate. He didn't refuse to cooperate.
Step out of the
You know, and I think it raises another important thing. It's memorialized and written in law that you have the right to defend yourself against an unlawful arrest up to and including the point of death. So, I mean, but just because that's memorialized in law doesn't mean it'll ever go good for you. So, I mean, I think that, you know, even if he did try to shoot them for, you know, an unlawful arrest, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of doing it a disservice by trying to make that point, but I just wanted to try and make the point that, you know, you do have the right, but it'll never go good for you. So we got to find a way to communicate more effectively. And that's where I think Timmy was stressing the point of maintaining your honor. Whereas, you know, I don't know what the most appropriate thing to say, but I can just, off the top of my head, I could just come up with something like the idea that yeah, I'll get out of the car if you can articulate to me how that is a lawful order and that you will be accountable if you're doing something wrong. Somehow figure out a way to propose a conditional acceptance to their offer or order or whatever you want to call it. So I think being able to grasp those concepts will be, and I didn't do a very good of explaining it or describing my perspective on it, but I think that's really an important aspect. It's a small detail, but that's something I think that we really got to focus on. Sorry, thanks for letting me ramble. Continue, please.
Yeah, and I mean, I wanted to get Timmy's, I wanted to get Timmy's input on the whole matter, because I thought he maybe saw an angle of it that maybe you didn't, and maybe other people didn't. Everyone's got their own take based on, how they perceive things and their value system and et cetera, et cetera. But I haven't watched enough of this to really. I haven't seen the full video. I haven't seen this video, so this is my first time watching this specific video. So I can't comment on.
Yeah, but it's the same video. It's just with his commentary, which I don't agree with. But
The text, you mean? The text that's on
yeah,
that they keep. Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, I should put the disclaimer in the info. I don't actually have disclaimers on anything, but about how not all views expressed here necessarily reflect my own. Yeah, I have no copyright, anything preventative copyright wise or any of that stuff. So this is my side channel. The other channel is the actual channel I've been uploading on the last several months. But even that, I'm not really.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need legal protections and privileges and benefits if you're not playing in that realm. I mean,
Right.
maintain your honor by doing no loss, injury, or harm. It's.
Wizard got taken down yesterday or day before for scam and deceptive practices, and then I think he rebutted it and got it right back up like hours later. So it's just ridiculous. Just like Paul got his channel right back, but anyway, all right, I'm gonna play this.
See, this is bad faith. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't tell for sure that that's what that is. I can't tell that that's a holster.
No, it looks like it's the emergency brake.
Yeah, like where's a holster? I don't necessarily see a holster. So I don't know. I don't know if I.
Right now. Step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out.
What if he's going for the seatbelt?
That's what would make sense logically. Do you still see any evidence of a?
Yeah, no, I don't. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything there that. Yeah, I didn't see anything there. And for all I know, he could have been reached for a seatbelt. So I don't know.
Well, and when they pull him out, I still didn't see anything on his hip.
If you don't step out of the car, we're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car. Step out of the car. Gun, 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 gun. Ceasefire! Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Yeah, interesting. I don't know. But my point would be it's not unlawful to have a gun. I don't know that I don't see any compelling evidence that he was reaching for a gun still.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of
Maybe he realized they were trying to force the vehicle, so he was undo the
Say that again?
seatbelt.
You
It
dropped
appeared
out.
that maybe he was trying to undo the seatbelt
Yeah.
because he was about to forcibly be removed from the vehicle. So I don't know. I didn't see any. I didn't see anything to convince me that it was legitimate or justified.
Yeah, I agree.
But I wanted to try and stay away from the speculation anyways, because, yeah,
I'm not trying to
sorry.
speculate either. You're right. I don't want to get wrapped up in theories. So
Right on. Thanks. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, go ahead,
no, it's a
please.
good point. It should be brought out. You know,
Right on.
no conspiracy theory channel, so I'd like to keep it away from that. But you know, although every now and then it could maybe be healthy to speculate. For sure.
For sure. Yeah, it's hard not to sometimes.
Yeah, it can be healthy to be a little overly skeptical sometimes. But anyway, I think I'm about halfway. No, we're not even halfway through it, so I'm gonna run it.
Step out of the vehicle
No.
right now.
I am not required to.
Step
If
out
you
of this
try and
vehicle
force
right
me,
now.
Then we're going to have an issue where you're
Step
gonna have
out of the
to
car
go-
right now.
Don't step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Gun.
Okay, step out of the car for me.
To me, that's what I would call a gang style execution. But just because of the unnecessary amount of lead, you know, that it's just unnecessary, to say the least. To say the absolute least.
Step
But
out of the vehicle right now.
I am not required to.
Step out of this vehicle right now.
Then we're going to have an issue where
Sir,
you're
step
gonna
out of
have
the
to go-
car right
You
now.
don't step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Sir, step out of the vehicle right now. Step out of this
I'm gonna
vehicle
speed this up a little because it's kind of just
Step out of the car right
overkill.
You don't step out of the car. We're gonna break the
Keep
window and pull
watching
you
it
out.
over and over.
Step out of the car.
Gun.
It's from different angles.
Okay, step out of the car for me.
Can you make it full screen though?
It is full screen. Oh,
Step out of this vehicle right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Right
You
now.
don't step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Gun. She's fired! Have a fraudulent passport? Wonderful. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, step out of the car for me. Sir, step out of the vehicle right now. Step out of this vehicle.
So right there, that's where it went too far. If you don't mind pausing it for me, I just wanted to try and make another point that that shows the bad faith of the officers. You know, he tried to presume that he was trying to pass off a fraudulent passport. You know, that showed the mindset, like he almost already knew. Again, I'm starting to speculate, and I shouldn't do this, but it appears to me that he already knew.
what was coming?
Yeah, because I mean, he wouldn't be handing him a fraudulent passport and telling him it's fraudulent while trying to pass it off as identification. You know that that officer showed that he was already trying to twist the narrative, and so I think beyond that, it already gone too far. I mean, again, they have a bunch of officers there for expired registration. on the scene quickly, obviously. So I mean, it seems it's all suspicious to me, anyways. But essentially, yeah, because how many are there right there? There's like 3 or 4. There's a sergeant and at least 2 deputies or whatever officers that I see. So 3 officers for expired registration and or for what they're calling no registration. I don't know what the
Or
proper
4.
term.
It might be 4. It might be more than 4. I don't know. It could be. It was probably 4.
You saw 4, you think? All right, fair enough. Yeah. So either way, it's just, really awkward circumstances, and that the officer wasn't trying to hear the other perspective, or not respect, because everything that I believe Chase is standing for could be shown. It's not like it was a matter of his opinion. It could be shown as objective truth. So I mean, that's where we got to figure out a way to communicate with these officers in a way that eliminates their plausible deniability, and or what their legal protection is qualified immunity. That's the same as plausible deniability.
Yeah, I'm just reviewing the comments.
Yeah, I'm not into the comments right now. I'm kind of in a flow space with my mind, and it's an open panel. If they want to comment, they come up and comment. But I don't think we should focus on the comments. But that's just me. Sorry. I should just let you do your thing. But man,
No, you're helping me out, bro.
there's just so much to
just
talk about. So many ways we could explore this. That's what I'm saying, man. You could cover this shit for a week, but if you stayed focused and did a deep dive into the details of it all, and not just try to connect the dots with the time of the pullover and shit like that. I mean, it's like that doesn't do us
here's
anything.
the thing. I didn't look on this video. Here, let me see. What does it say on this video? What time does it say there?
Why are you listening to me? I can hear myself. Man, you got to stop. So that people, I will let you know if the audio gets fucked up, or chat will, man. You don't need to listen to the replay.
Oh, you can hear the replay on my phone?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna play it.
Okay, step out of the car for me. Sir, step out of the vehicle right now. Step out of this vehicle right now. Sir. Step out of the car right now.
You don't step out of the car, we're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Gun. Ceasefire! Have a fraudulent passport? Wonderful. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, step out of the car for me. Sir, step out of the vehicle right now. Step out of this vehicle right now.
It's interesting that Fullerton named the video "The Execution of Liberty PSYOP." That was his choice of wording for the video. So,
Right now.
If you can't tell by his commentary, he's clearly not a trustworthy source.
yeah, not necessarily, because I don't see how he's coming to the conclusion that there was a whole. I mean, I didn't see the holster on his. Oh well, they do show the holster when he pulls him out, though, right? The holster was on him when they pulled him out, at least in the video that they. But
Well, it says enough with him saying that he's refusing to cooperate. It shows where his mindset is right there. I mean, he's not reviewing this objectively. He's clearly reviewing it with a statist sort of mindset. Like, you should respect the unlawfulness of cops just because they're cops.
right.
Like, you don't cooperate with criminals. That would make you an accomplice, right?
Well, the reason I don't know if I would want to do many more streams on this is for a week is because I want to be alive in a week. So, but maybe I'll do the streams anyway. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm gonna play the rest of the video though. It's just like every angle, man. This guy, but yeah, I don't trust the uploader necessarily. Again, he did some 5G fear porn stuff back in 2020, but there could have been a lot of truth around it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to take a week to break down the details, and try to do research and find, the evidence of what's real instead of just taking what you find on YouTube and mainstream media and, do your own sort of investigation. That's what I'm saying. You could take a week doing. And by doing that, it's not going to get you killed, man. I mean, that's ridiculousness. But whatever. And see that, I mean, because if that's really what you think, man, you really shouldn't even be talking about it. Because you're just doing a disservice to his legacy. If you want my honest opinion.
No, but yeah. Okay.
The guy was living it, man. So why are you talking about it if you think you're gonna get killed for talking about it?
That's why I've been limited on my commentary, because I'm just trying to get to the facts of the matter by watching this, because this is my first time watching this. So you could say this is a reaction video.
Well, then why didn't you just watch the body cam footage without some shill's fucking commentary? That's what I guess.
That's why I was asking you for the best video, man. I don't know. I had 3 videos. One I took out because you said you exposed them back in whenever a few years ago, which I could understand because they looked like a joke of a channel. But yeah, I just was trying to play any video. I didn't know the perfect video.
Fair enough.
You're right.
Fair enough.
The text commentary is misleading. At least. So.
Fair enough. Yeah. Thanks for recognizing it. I'll let you do your thing.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Step out of this vehicle right now. Step out of the car right now.
If you don't step out of the car, we're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Go. So unnecessary, bro. It's just ridiculous, bro.
Keeping in mind, obviously it's an ongoing investigation. There's going to be some things that I'm not going to be able to comment on simply because I don't know. I know what you know, essentially. So with that, let's begin.
Yes, sir. Chief, with the Allan family history police department, when Chase produced the passport to that officer, do you know if the officer knew the family history or had any idea? It was short on time. Did he know? Was that known?
Again, I don't know what the officer would say to that question because I've not spoken to him and asked him that question. But I'm willing to tell you this, that it's not my belief they do. All right, 4 of those officers on scene have been with the department for 7 to 8 months max. One of those officers on scene has been with us for 12 years and has not had any involvement with that family.
So we talked about that. You move back to the podium for the
I apologize.
That's all good.
You talk about what do you see when you watch the videos? Do you see things on textbook? Do you see things that could be done differently? What do you see?
I see police officers that are made a lawful and reasonable traffic stop and dealt with someone that was combative. Let me change that word from combative to non-compliant. All right, how's that? I see that deal with him professionally, even killed.
Told you, man.
Collected temperament.
That's all they're looking for is belligerent ignorance. Anything that they can deem as belligerent ignorance so that they could use their justifiable use of force. And it's justifiable in their system. So the officer will be excused for what he did. He'll probably even be praised for it. But that's in a satanic system, It's his day with God's yet to come. I don't know. That's my perspective on it, but Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm appreciating your commentary. You're kind of saying what I want to say, but don't know how to articulate. So I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, then I see things go a really tragic direction.
You can't.
One that are made a lawful and reasonable traffic stop and dealt with someone that was combative. Let me change that word from combative to non-compliant. All right, how's that? I see them deal with him professionally, even keeled, cool, calm, and collected temperament, and unfortunately, then I see things go a really tragic direction.
You can't tell him to get opinion if he got obviously. You see the gun in the holster in the video when he slowed down, and then after the shooting, it's on the floor. Did you see them point and pull it out, or did you see him point it at the officers?
I'm literally watching what you're watching. I have not been privy to any further breakdown. I anticipate that that the protocol team, through their investigation, may be able to provide better detail to that. But
based on what you saw, did you? I mean, it happened so fast to me. You've probably seen it a few times. Did you see, based on what you saw, that he pulled it or gestured to it?
based on what I see, which is what we're all watching.
What do you think of that comment right there, sir?
What's that? Sorry, what'd you say?
I got it pinned down there. You don't even have to comment on it if you don't want to, but it's an interesting comment nonetheless. It's kind of what I was bringing up when we were talking backstage there a little bit.
What's that? Oh yeah. See, well, that's funny. It's interesting. She's starting to show her true colors, and they're not pretty. Yeah, yeah, that's interesting to the conversation we had in the background, man. And I think
I don't know. I think it's a good point. But just in general, yeah, I think it's a really good point.
I'll comment on it, but if you want my honest commentary on it, it's her mindset's trying to get people like you killed, right? Because there are ways to stand on what's true and right and not get killed, right? And Chase was about as close to perfect as you can get with his way of dealing with it, from what I can see. And he still got killed, you know? So, I mean...
From what I could see, I didn't see him reaching for anything. At best, it's speculative at best. So, again, this video with some of the text, I appreciate you bringing it out. It is kind of misleading, so I don't want to say that I agree with, again, what Fullerton Informer was saying there, but I don't know how he came to that conclusion to even fill that text in that comment. But anyway,
I guess I'm probably not comprehending the question or comment appropriately, you know. I don't know if it's directed towards, I guess I probably misread that to begin with, but you know, because I would have to agree with the idea that, I don't know, I'm just gonna shut up, man. I'm all fucked up. My brain's...
Do you think
he should have asked for a supervisor? The sergeant was there on scene. You know,
might have been the one who called it.
Yeah, he was right there talking to him. You could see the stripes. I don't know, man. That's where I wanted to stay away from the speculation, because it's like, there's nothing really to say about it. It's a shitty situation. But yeah, I would say that she's probably right, accurate. They're trying to scare people from standing for what's true and right. Because I guess my point to that was, you know, you just do a search on Chase Allan, and it pretty much associated with every social media and every news article is sovereign citizen, you know. And ironically, you know, that group of so-called watchdogs that I exposed as frauds when they were, coming after me for my association with the American States Assemblies, just not that I just because I understood and advocated for what they were doing, I recognized the truth in it, and I wasn't buying into their manipulation. And so, yeah, I'm just rambling, but it's just like, it seems so obvious to me that this is all a PSYOP, in a sense.
Oh, the name of the video.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, pretty much everything on the news is put out there in a way to influence your mind in a certain way, but that's where I don't really dig into all of this stuff. I see it for the kind of the bare essentials of what I feel like I need to see it for, and it's that, even if you do say the right things, they're looking for a reason to take you out. And I think the more you look into this, I think it'll become evident that he was targeted for his knowledge. So it seemed to be orchestrated. To me, there's a lot
Could be
of
a Hollywood production, man. Could be a Hollywood production.
Right. Well, I've had a lot of these interactions, man. I deal with the cops like 100 times a year on average, So, I've had this shit go down, just like that, and you can tell just like they're looking for a reason to. They're not looking for resolution. They're looking for a reason to establish their authority over you. And, it's fucked up. So, like, I don't know. You can look at it either way, because I mean, I'm just rambling, man. I don't have my thoughts gathered, and so I feel bad. I'm just thinking out loud, but, I don't feel like I'm saying anything really even coherent, but
Well, you're good. I'm trying to catch up on the comments because it looked like someone just tried to hop on the panel too and dropped off right away. So I don't know if they have a tech issue or what. But a lot of good points brought up in the comments. So I'm just skimming
I have a
through.
little dialogue with me, man. Give a little back and forth, I mean,
Everything pretty much you're saying, I can resonate with it for the most part. Hold on. I think that it's pretty obvious the way they try to skew the narrative, obviously control the narrative through the media. I mean, that's why they have the cops right now on the broadcast and not the parents to give their side of the story. I mean, where the I mean, again, I didn't scour the internet that hard to try to find that, but are there any videos with his parents giving their side of the story? Because again, like I have this article pulled up here from the, for however much independent is trustworthy. Apparently his mom here, Diane, was stopped by cops nearly a year prior. This is an article from 5 days ago.
yeah, but like
nearly a year before the stop, and
but that's where I was saying, yeah, we could spend a week digging into all the details, but
right.
there's so
But
much
again,
to talk about without speculating, man. But yeah, it appears. I just feel like it's a disrespectful thing. Like, almost does a disservice to the family to speak on these matters inaccurately or uninformed.
Right.
But I do know, I do have a perspective, regardless of all the fine details of the situation. I do have a perspective on the matter. So I mean, I'd rather get into more of the like technical details with his standing, and I mean, I don't know. It's
yeah, it says here
you
that
really
it was
gotta.
actually five officers you know, 12, at least a dozen rounds. It sounded like at least a dozen rounds for sure. Completely unnecessary.
Again, all of those little details don't matter, man. That's
I'm just
the
saying it
point
was
I'm trying to.
completely unnecessary, you know.
Yeah, that's all you got to say, right? You know, the precise number doesn't matter. Well, more than one was too many. One was too many, but
yeah,
yeah,
I'm just bringing back the point that it was an unnecessary use of the force wouldn't be the right word, an unnecessary amount of lead, whatever you want to call it, man. So, right, but they're
yeah.
right.
All
One,
that is an appeal to emotions, though. It's a unnecessary fact. Do you not see that point that I'm trying to get at? I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's an unnecessary amount of lead for sure. That goes without saying. One piece of lead was unnecessary, but
yeah, I agree.
yeah, I just think that, you know,
Ridiculous, man.
that yeah.
I'm gonna play the rest of it because we're not even halfway through it. So
Let me change that word from combative to non-compliant. All right, how's that? I see them deal with him professionally, even killed, cool, calm, and
That's the stuff we should be talking about, though. That's the stuff we were talking about backstage. You know, being combative. He said it right there. He slipped up in his terminology. You don't have to rewind it, man. But just play it forward. But
you're right, though. You're right. I mean, yeah.
And then he changed it to compliant. You see how they're trying to use very particular, very careful. It's carefully calculated, right? They're trying to use the legal loopholes to get away with what they're doing, and they know it's bad. But that's exactly what they're looking for is combativeness. If you're deemed combative, and then they can use violence, and they can kill you and get away with it pretty much every time. So, I mean, if you're not maintaining honor, and I think that's what Timmy was getting at. So those are the type of things that we can have discussion on, and rather than speculating about the details of the case, particulars, you know. Sorry, I keep stressing that, but that's important to me.
No, you're good, man.
If he got obviously, you see the gun in the holster in the video when he slowed down, and then after the shooting, it's on the floor. Did you see him point and pull it out, or did you see him point it at the officers?
I'm literally watching what you're watching. I have not been privy to any further breakdown. I anticipate that that the protocol team, through their investigation, may be able to provide better detail to that. But
based on what you saw, it happened so fast to me, you've probably seen it a few times. Did you see, based on what you saw, that he pulled it or gestured to it?
Based on what I see, which is what we're all watching, I see a manipulation of that holster, movement of that holster, but I can't clearly see a firearm from the angle that the camera does. And I think it's important. You know, Force Science does some really great education and training. Force Science Institute on the difference of what your eyeballs will see on any given scene versus what the camera can see. And I think that's what is occurring here.
Chief,
yes.
When it comes to training on this, I mean, obviously, yeah, there's a holster and there's a gun. Are officers trained to fire when they see the gun or when the person in this case reaches for it?
Officers are trained to respond using deadly force when there's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death to them or anyone other than the suspect. And what I see on that video is officers not responding to someone that just has a gun in a holster.
This might be speculative, but do you see that going any other way by the behavior of the officers?
I apologize. Can you say that one again?
This might be speculative, but do you see that situation going any other way based on the way the officers approached it?
Yeah, I don't want to speculate on that. You know, I think the initial officer, made a really interesting comment to the driver of that vehicle. This is going to go the way you decide it's going to go.
Now that there's more time to investigate, is there any indication that the man who pulled over had ties to this offensive movement or anything like that?
I have not spent any time corroborating that. I've seen the reports. That's nothing I've spent any time looking into. Yes.
Chief, at some point with the dispatch order we heard, there was somebody said shut off all the body cameras. And that has led to a lot of speculation that police say maybe we messed up or something like that, shut off the body cameras. What is your response when we've heard that go through dispatch?
To be clear, the police have not said maybe we messed up. I've answered this question. I'm happy to answer it again. Having worked on these protocol teams throughout my career, the order shut off body cameras was simply done out of efficiency for the investigation. The dynamicness, the fluidity of the incident was well over with before that radio broadcast we're referring to was put out. And it's simply so that an investigator that could otherwise be doing other important things for the investigation doesn't have to sit and watch every second of a video camera that provides nothing.
The incident was over.
It was over, correct.
Can you, I don't know, can you make any judgments whether they were justified or not justified?
That's not my place to do that.
Can you tell me a little bit about?
I gotta rewind that, what he said there.
Otherwise be doing other important things for the investigation doesn't have to sit and watch every second of a video camera that provides nothing.
The incident was over.
It was over, correct.
Can you,
I don't even, whatever.
I don't know, can you make any judgments whether they were justified or not justified?
Complete sentences, finding.
That's not my place.
Say that again?
So use complete sentences, finding.
No, I just didn't get what he was saying. I didn't get what he was saying there, but maybe because I'm also trying to digest and assimilate what Mr. El Perro is dropping down here. Cooperation is reciprocity, whereas compliance is out of an order. Order is that of military for compensation or slavery.
I don't know. He just speaks over people's heads. I just let him do it anymore. There's no real communication. It's always he's got to be right, man. It doesn't matter what's right. I don't know. I given up on it.
On what? Who are you talking about?
Well, like yeah.
Oh, let's leave. Let's leave Wizard be right now. I think Wizard's got a little bit more wisdom. He has more than I have at this very moment in time, as far as what he's accumulated through experience. I think.
Yeah, I think that's pretty easy to say. A lot of people have more wisdom than you.
Yeah, you might too, sir. You're older than me too, so.
Well, it's not just age; it's about your experiences. You know, and you don't gain a lot of experience sitting at home on the internet. So, I mean,
There's a good point, sir. There's a good point. I don't play the rest of the video though.
Can you tell me a little bit about? You've seen this a lot. How many shots were fired? Have you been able to determine? And was it the 5 officers then that fired from your records?
There were 5 officers that fired, and the amount of shots will be included in the critical incidents report. That takes time to get those ballistic reports back, so I can't comment on it because I don't know.
Chief, yeah, I just want to go back to the beginning too. The illegitimate plate, just confirming what was on that plate, what made it illegitimate versus a normal license.
It's yeah, I refer to it as more of a placard. There's nothing about it that says it's a license.
Are you aware of that 22 CFR 93.1 and 93.2?
no, that's what I was just telling you. I don't play that game. I don't get protections from. You know, I don't. The only reason why I would need to know any of their rules is in the instance of holding them accountable for their wrongdoings. You know, but their rules don't apply to me or protect me. I don't play that game. Like, that's what got my friend in trouble. That Wizard badmouth, and I use my friend term loosely, but you know. But that's the problem, is like we can't have communication about these things because it's more of a matter of who's going to be right and wrong instead of what's right or wrong, you know. And
how about his comment there, where he said he'll just let them take him away? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, that there is. I would say
who's to say
I wouldn't. I wouldn't start the interaction with that. I would try to reason with them, but yeah, I would say obviously that would have been a better choice than dying, you know. like I was trying to tell you, I don't know if that was before we were live or not. You have the right to defend yourself against an unlawful arrest up to and including death. You know, and so like if you have to kill somebody to protect yourself from an unlawful arrest, it's memorialized in law that you should be able to do that. Now, I would never go advocate for that because it'll not work out for you. That's what I've been trying to tell people, like written law is not the same as practice law. You know, just because it's memorialized in law, it doesn't mean you're going to get protection from it. You know, just because it's written down in a book somewhere or on a piece of paper somewhere, it doesn't mean that that's what they're going to do on the street. So like the street isn't a place for court, you know? Like you can't reason with these cops, but in a more
Clearly.
perfect world, I can't necessarily say, yeah, I would just let him take me away to jail because we don't have a legitimate sheriff in place that's going to affect a habeas corpus, you know? And so, you know, you can't have it both ways and say, you know, that we're under military law, martial law or whatever, and then say that, you know, you're going to get protection from their codes. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. It's a total contradiction, you know? And so, I mean, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too, you know? And that's how I see it. It's like, I don't even play in that realm. I'm not in that realm. You're speaking a foreign language, right? And when you go to speaking that language, they're going to be able to move forward with the presumption that you're a part of the club, essentially, you know? And yeah, I just don't. So my point that I'm really trying to get at or drive home is that, you know, in a more perfect world where honorable men and women, i.e. the American States Assemblies, have assembled with legitimate de jure government functions that are recognized and legitimized even by the de facto, then, you know, I would be able to advocate for people driving without license and driving without insurance and driving without, you know, registration and stuff like that. But in the meantime, until we have an enforcement for what's lawful and what's, you know, true and right, you know, then I would say that there are other ways to go about it, you know, and that's what I'm trying to figure out and determine and help communicate, because it's going to take a transition. We're not going to get there overnight. We didn't get in this hellhole overnight. We're not going to get there out of it overnight. So, you know, I assume it's going to take, you know, generations, probably 40 years at least, before we can look back and say, well, damn, that was a hell of a ride. I feel a lot more comfortable now, you know, but it's going to get worse before it can get better. I'm sure of it. We're going to see a lot more of that shit. Like that was like, in my perspective, from what the attention that it's gaining and the way it's being projected or however it's being presented, all it's saying to me is that they're preparing people's minds for seeing a lot more of this shit. And they're trying to convince people that, and the masses will believe it. The masses will believe that, you know, if the police chief comes out and says that it was a justified use of force, the masses will go right along with it and say, yeah, good job, guys, you got them. You know? So at this, you know, it's gonna, I don't know. I'm rambling. I swear, I wish we had
I
a little
really
dialogue.
appreciate your input, bro. You know, unlike Paul, I'm more of a ego stroker than an ego I guess, destroyer, but and restructurer. But you know, I do like to do some epistemological deconstruction from time to time, but that's not what I'm here for right now, per se. I don't know what I'm gonna say. You're more on the you're articulating what I want to say today, so I appreciate it. That's why it's all manifesting in perfect harmony, sir. So I appreciate you coming on, man. I would appreciate anyone else to come up too. I mean, especially Keith or Timmy or even Gary or Jeep Girl, since Jeep Girl never comes up on any panels. She came up like one time, I think. But yeah, show yourselves, people.
Yeah, combative enemy of the state. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's the category they're trying to place us in, and that's why all of these sort of quote unquote state nationals that are separate and not at all alike, well, maybe similar but not the same as the American states assemblies, have never worked because they've never gone about it the right way. You know, they all go at it with these sort of what I call, because for lack of better words, extremist mentality, because it's like they're all gung ho about certain aspects of it, but they don't have the whole picture. They don't have all of the elements, you know, and they want their method or what they think is right to be right instead of learning what works. And that's what the American States Assemblies works for, you know, like anyone, you know, we could get into like man, if you really wanted to kind of drag this out a little bit, I got a 10.5 hour video. It really gets good at like 4 or 5 hours in, but you know, it's just a general assembly meeting from the California State Assembly, you know, and it just shows exactly what they're doing and what they're about and how they're making moves to figure out how to navigate this bullshit in the honorable way, in a way that eliminates the likelihood of being deemed as a combative enemy of the state. You know, you want to, you know, be really careful. It's like some things that get glossed over, you know, like when Jack first kind of came into this community, Jack said something to the nature of overthrowing government. And just that alone is going to get you put in a really bad box, you know, but that I had to think about that, you know, logically, you know, I would never want to take the position to destroy evil or overthrow government. You know, that would put me in the position of a combative enemy for one. But other than that, if it's my responsibility to learn to recognize it and separate myself from it and protect myself from it, not to destroy it. I would be evil if I wanted to destroy what is evil. So,
right. Detach from the synthesis and let evil destroy itself. I appreciate your outlook. When you said that, man, that stuck with me that one day. I said that a couple times.
and yeah, because it's an important, for me, that's something it's a fundamental to how I live my life. I really have learned, have had to focus on learning how to not be challenging. Like even if I was to go into court or something like that, you know, I wouldn't challenge jurisdiction. I would question jurisdiction, right? I would ask them to prove jurisdiction, and instead of challenging it, you know, you're not going to challenge them that they presume they have, because then now you're entering into a fight, you know. And the honorable thing from my perspective would be, you know, to ask them. And so, you know, yeah, I just think that it's really easy. I don't know if you've taken a look at any like DHS memos and shit, but you know, when things got real hot politically in the political arena, you know, they were starting to put out DHS memos that would pretty much label damn near anyone and everyone as a domestic terrorist.
Oh yeah, a domestic T word.
Yeah.
Immediately after officers fired into a car, sending one person to the hospital. Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Heidi Hack.
Yeah, I don't want to watch that, or at least not with sound anyway.
I would. You want to experience how I watch the news? I very rarely watch the news, but when I do, I watch it to try and
It just hurts
discern.
it hurts my. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, and that's the only reason to watch it. You know.
To try and like determine their manipulation tactics. Like that's all I'm doing. Like.
Right, but what I wonder sometimes is are they so strong and so advanced and so, you know what I mean? Again, this is speculation or pondering, but that even
for
me
sure.
knowing
That's
right,
why I
even
said
me,
try.
Yeah, even me looking out for them and knowing some of them and knowing about, all these programs, MK Ultra, MK Naomi, whatever it might be, Monarch programming, all that. Is that all there is to know? I mean, I'm sure there's tons of layers and layers of it that I don't know, that I'm not aware of. So again,
Right, and that's something that I've been trying to get across to you. I'm glad you brought that up because I'm gonna pin you down on this a little bit. Is like because that's what I keep trying to figure out how to articulate to you about, talking about their rituals and shit. It's like you're giving. By giving them your energy, you're giving their rituals or whatever you want to call it more power. And so I kind of lost my train of thought, sorry. But, that point I think was something along the lines of not digging too deep and obsessing over it, just recognizing enough of it to be able to recognize it and separate yourself from it, but you don't need to like worship it and know everything about it. It's good to be aware of like kind of what they're doing and what they got going on, but there's no point in spending your life trying to figure out why they do what they do.
Austin says, this is why I bring up the priorities conversation in these circles. I hate it, but at some level it seems to be a comply or die type situation, and this young man was worth more than this. And I agree 100%. I mean, this was just, to me, a completely unnecessary, just a whole, I don't get what the presumption of the pullover was anyway, if there was one, which obviously there wasn't one articulated, right? That I clicked away from the video, so we haven't finished it yet. Where's it at?
Well, yeah, and that was somebody else's edited video, so it's hard to take it for authentic, but
as I've said,
that's why we can't really speculate, but I think it appears he was pulled over for not having state registration. Yeah, private tags, I imagine.
There's nothing more.
Something to lead one to reality of true law, reason and logic, natural forces. Yeah, I agree. That's natural law is the only law. I mean, that's respectable, but at the same time, we live in a world where that's not true. It's like that's the difference between the de facto. Like, so it brings up an interesting point, because when people say, that's a matter of fact or whatever, well, yeah, it may be a matter of fact, because what's a fact? It's just unrebutted, affidavit or statement of truth or declaration or whatever you want to call it. Just someone who makes a declaration that doesn't get rebutted or questioned or whatever, or no evidence against it, then it stands as a fact, right? But it doesn't necessarily make it true.
Shout out to Rick James. It's been a while, man. And everybody else, El Perro and Jeep Girl and everybody. But wow, I haven't seen Rick James in a long time. Good to see you, sir. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to smoke a little weed because I feel like I'm just rambling.
Yeah, you know what? Me too. Me too. That's a good point. Why not? Take one little
One cannot be
Heavy subject
something
matter.
if
It's
they
heavy
really do not comprehend what it is. American State National is what the Title 22 is about in the USC CFR diplomatic and consular service. I don't know what all that means. See, you're speaking. You need, if you want to communicate with me, I'm not saying that your communication is wrong, but I'm letting you know, like, this is where we got to figure out how to take responsibility. If you want to communicate with me, you got to come at it from another way. Is as soon as I see you putting in USC, I look away. Honestly, whenever you incorporate that into the thought process, you lose me. I don't have a clue what you're saying, but look, I would love to have a conversation with you about the American State Nationals. If you want to fucking type in rhetoric using U.S. codes to say that's what it's about, I mean, that's not what it's about. You know, that might be what the U.S. code's about. It might be about the state nationals, but the state nationals isn't about that U.S. code. You know?
Okay.
This shit's not new. They're not like, it's really hard to read the chat and try to speculate what they mean by it, but I'm happy to read that. Will you put that back up?
Yeah, he said, I won't even challenge the jurisdiction as the facts will show. They cannot acquire personal jurisdiction without voluntary consent of the defendant. Funny thing is the defendant must qualify.
See, I don't know what, if you can show me how that applies or how that's worked out or played out in reality, I'm happy to, you know, put two and two together, but I can't even comprehend what he is saying.
That's what I'm saying when I say that, not just based on his experience, but his studies, his wisdom out.
No, it's not that. It's just that we have I have no interest in comprehending what he's saying. Like, I'm not going to study USC. I'm never going to study US code, ever. It doesn't apply to me. It doesn't provide me any benefits or privileges or protections. It's not for me, right? The only thing it's for the rules that apply to them. And if I'm wronged by one of them, I know what's right or wrong. And if they do me wrong, I'll make my claim not using US code. So, you know,
anyway,
that's how I see it. You know, and no, you're good. I'm just saying that how I perceive what, like, I've seen Chris Hauser go in and put in, you know, a declaration of facts that they can't rebut, and that proves that they're a fraud, right? And then you'll ask them to prove jurisdiction, and this shit can't move forward until they do, right? So, you know, my perspective on it is just different, man. I can't even communicate with Wizard. It is because he has a different perspective, but it doesn't mean Wizard's right. I hate to say it, but
it's
his interpretation of what's right, and
right.
And that's fallible. And if he doesn't think so, then that's arrogance and not humility. And so, you know, that's all I've experienced with Wizard is, you know, we really can't communicate with these things because he's got it all figured out. And he just gets mad when people don't understand him. And to me, that's a failure to communicate on his part. If he wants people to understand him, he's got to find a better way to communicate. And, you know, that's how I see it. It's, I have developed another perspective on things that will never be in line with Wizards. I've gone a different route with my way of thinking. So, you know, like with the private banking and shit, man, I actually wrote down some shit of why why that's extremely bad, and the fact that he presents it to anyone and everyone as being good, it's going to get some people in a lot of trouble. And you know, that's for him to know about that and to be discrediting people like Chris Hauser, and it's just too much for me, man.
Wizard discredited Chris Hauser. He tried to say,
yeah, he did.
that he knows.
He's backpedaled. Yeah, he's backpedaled for sure. But when it first got brought up, it was, and then he started saying things. I love Chris Hauser. He's my brother. You know, that's all psychological manipulation, right? So
Yeah, I'm wondering if any of these people are family, or what it is, family and friends, or again, I get what you say about all the speculation. Don't want to get there, at least not today. Maybe
I don't trust any gurus. Anyone who wants to be a guru, anyone who's
I'm not talking about gurus. What are you talking about, gurus? What? How'd you get gurus out of what I just said?
I don't even know what you just said, to be honest.
I was just saying that this video, this service, I don't know if all these people, if it's a mix of family and friends, or again, I don't want to get into the speculation aspect of this whole side of thing. It looks like we have a troll, but Jeep Grill said, "Hit your bong, sir." I'm gonna do the same here. But good riddance to a total a-hole. That's nice. That's really nice. T. Rayburn. That's really.
See, why give that energy? It's like.
Well, it's a troll, obviously, but
yeah, exactly. Why give it energy?
Yeah, it's just to show how nasty some people are. Or,
okay, well, if we're talking about somebody who just got shot,
Yeah. Well.
That's
Anyway,
what
so
I'm saying. Whatever. Like, I'm not into these internet games, man. It's fucking ego, fucking power tripping.
I kind of want to finish the rest of this video because we're still not even done with it. It's only got about 10 more minutes left, but I also want to say what's good to because the realist McCoy got here for about 5-10 minutes ago, and I haven't even let him say anything. If he has anything to say, I appreciate you, sir. How did you stumble upon the stream? I think I saw you in one of my prior streams. So
yeah, I saw you in someone else's piece that you found the source, and is it law key or loft key?
Oh, well, I'm at the top. This is Sean Pineal. I don't know if you know me from my other channel or.
Yeah, I'm saluting you, and then the other gentleman on the on the panel, is it, how do you pronounce it, law key or loft key?
Oh, low key.
Oh, okay, low key. All right.
You can call me Mitchell, whatever.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I saw you in another chat, and then I clicked on your channel and saw the subject matters that you covered, and I immediately subbed up to you. And then I watched, maybe a few videos, but then this one was in your schedule, and I made sure to get the alert for it. But I'm sorry, I have to quiet it down a little bit. But yeah,
I apologize. I was muted there. I didn't realize I was muted.
No,
go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was quieting down the children in the background. But yeah, I said I'm seeking sovereignty myself from this system. So this kind of definitely piqued my interest. But at the same time, I have a few questions, and low key seems like, and I'm sure you, Sean, also will be able to answer a lot of my questions. But and one of the first ones is based off the fact that it just seems as though, from what I'm interpreting from a lot of these sovereign citizen seeking individuals, is that they somewhat want to participate, but yet feel as though they have their own laws. So it's like it has in the sense of Walmart I don't have the right to Walmart, to shop in Walmart. That is not a born right of mine. I don't have the right to be on YouTube and speak about whatever I want. If YouTube says I can't speak on something, they have the right. They're a business. And so when I'm saying when we break away from the system and become sovereign, the system that we broke away from, we don't have the right, like we don't, maybe I'm confused. I don't have the right now to get in a car and travel on their road.
Yeah, I think you are confused in the sense. My perspective on it is, even if you want to use the Walmart example, you do have the right to shop at Walmart. They are an open public forum. They're a traditional public forum, so they're open to the public. They're open for business to anyone. Now, if they refuse your business for, something that they would traditionally permit, then to me, that's discrimination, right? So, using the Walmart example, that would be one. But what was the other example you used? I'm sorry, my brain's a little overwhelmed.
Okay, I'll slow it down a little because I know I'm a little. This subject is what a lot, because
It's heavy subject matter. It's a lot, man. So.
But this is a great conversation. I think you bring a unique perspective that is valuable. So I appreciate the conversation. I apologize for not remembering what the other example you used.
Okay. Well, Walmart is possibly not Walmart is a good example, although we know Walmart is owned by the federal government. Whatever, however. But I'm saying any store that I go into, that's their own entity. I don't have the natural. This is my thinking now. I'm not
because you can call it a private business all you want, but that doesn't make it a private business, right? That doesn't make you entitled to privacy, right? So essentially, my perspective on this is if you're open for business, you don't have the right to determine your customer base unless you're going to do a private membership association, right? Where you're going to sell memberships or somehow provide some sort of membership association. That's how you can get away with discrimination, right? But if you're opening up a business and you don't get the right to just, like I was at the Denny's last night filming some cops, and they got a sign up that says we got the right to refuse business to anyone. Okay, well, that doesn't excuse you from discrimination lawsuits, right? So yeah, you do have the right to refuse business to anyone. That still doesn't give you any sort of immunity. So does that make any sense to you?
It makes obviously I would like for that to be true, but I just ultimately I feel as though if I have my own business, I have a right to refuse this is my business.
You don't. If your business is open to the public, you don't have that right. That's what I was trying to tell you. If you're going to do that, you have to have a private membership association. Now, let me bring this into perspective for you. Like a gym. A gym has members, right? And so if you want to use the equipment of the gym, you gotta join their membership program, right? I can't just walk in the streets and do that. That would be a private membership association, essentially. Does that make sense? But if they said 1 day free trial open to the public, they don't get to pick and choose who they let in without risk of discrimination. Does that make any sense? But if you open up a grocery store and your grocery store is not a private membership association, it's open to the public, it's a traditional public forum, unless that person is causing a disturbance or whatever, you don't have the right to discriminate against them, right? You have to have a legitimate reason, And it would have to be something that wouldn't be like unique to that one person, you know what I'm saying? It can't be an isolated situation. You can't just say like, I'm not letting this guy in because he looks like a hippie, or because he's a certain color of skin, or because he smells funny. You know, you don't get to make those choices just because you own a business. Like, if you're owning a business and you're open to the public, you got to be open to the public, right? Does that make sense?
I'm trying to really think about now. When you say you have now, when that discrimination, isn't that going to come under the US's? I mean, just if you're saying you're not going to participate in a system, you're not going to be a part of a system, then that means you have now like relinquished, or you've given up all your entitlement to participate. So I don't think it's...
No, that's not true for multiple reasons. Like even in the most extreme extent, like, you can wear two hats, you just can't wear them at the same time. So like, literally, if I wanted to go work for the federal government, I could. And then if I wanted it, for the day, and then at night, if I wanted to be a free man, I could. I just have to take off that hat. Does that make sense?
That's understandable. That's understandable.
Okay, so now we got that foundation. I'm not.
Okay, right there.
We live in a world. Hold on. We live in a world like where you need fiat currency pretty much to, just the reality of it. You could probably get away with not using it in a more perfect world, or in a. What I'm trying to say is, like, in a small community, you could probably get away with it. But if you, just for the average Joe to get through their day, we live in a society where you kind of need money, and you need to use the roads and shit like that. So what you're saying is, like, you can't use city roads if you don't have a driver's license and you don't pay taxes, and that's ridiculous, because the city didn't build that. There's not the city's roads. The city doesn't own the park I was just trespassed from. That's bullshit. That's all illegal fiction. If I wanted to get down to it, it's like, who has the patent on that land? But I'm kind of digressing from the original conversation, which is, that you can. I'm not even separating myself from the system. I'm kind of playing dumb in a sense. Like, the system was created for my benefit. It has failed to benefit me. Okay, but that's where I'm taking responsibility and realizing that I have this trust account that was created for my benefit. And as long as I don't identify as it, which I actually just did, because it's that easy. And I just accidentally identified as the trust. I said my trust, it's not mine. It was created for my benefit. And so I'm just the beneficiary of the trust. And where we've been tricked out of our position is we've failed to benefit from the system. The system has now positioned us as trustees, where now we've taken on all the responsibility for what they fucked up. And more precisely, they're $30 trillion of debt or whatever, and so that responsibility is going to be placed on us, and they're going to claim that unjust enrichment and stuff like that. It goes so deep. So, like, you could get into all the technicalities of it, but really what we're trying to discuss is like the fundamental right and wrongness of it. And it's like, it's there. It's like, it's in my face. I don't know. I can't really completely separate from it. I still want to travel without being persecuted, without being shot down like Chase, so I got license plates on my vehicle as the beneficiary of the trust. right? I don't have license plates. I just did it again. The truck has license plates. The trust has a driver's license. I don't carry a driver's license. I didn't even accept the mail when it came to me in the mail, right? I returned it to sender. But in their system, it shows a driver's license for the trust name. So when I get pulled over, I just clearly articulate to the officer, look, I'm not who you may presume me to be. I'm not this person, right? And then I can articulate to him who I am. I am, if I want to get into it, I could say I am, my Christian name, my given name, which is the first and middle name of the last name's family. If they want to identify the trust to make sure the trust doesn't have any warrants or, isn't, wanted or whatever, whatever, I'll do that. See, that's where I stand in the situation is like, I just don't identify as the trust. And so I still think that while that system exists, it's important for us to learn how to utilize it for our benefit instead of being tricked out of our position and just accepting and assuming all liabilities. And when we can start holding the people who are accountable for screwing things up, by deceived consent or, whatever you want to call it, constructive fraud, or we'll just call it an honest mistake for the hell of it, and give them the opportunity to right their wrongs. And so, that's where I stand in everything is like, I still am going to use the system. I'm just not going to I'm not going to act as the trustee. I'll use it for my benefit because it was created for my benefit. And so, and I think when more people start to realize how to do that, the system needs to collapse, but we don't want that to happen overnight. And so what we're going to do eventually, if more people become honorable and credible and start to realize they are the full faith and credit, and they start accessing that beneficiary status or benefactor status, as Wizard would call it, which I don't. That's like changing terms, and I don't know. I've never seen that anywhere. Never heard that anywhere until Wizard, And it's just like I'm not trying to I see that he commends my knowledge on trust and stuff, but I just look at it in very simple terms, the very simple elements of a trust and very simple elements of a contract, and you start to realize that that's what it is. Like, I didn't get into a contract with Walmart that says I have to abide by their rules before I utilize their services or whatever. I didn't sign up for that gym membership, right? And so that's I don't know, I'm kind of rambling and I feel like I'm digressing from the original point. Feel free to like redirect me or
okay.
pin me down on some things.
Okay, you mentioned a minute ago, which was a point I had written down, was so when I'm driving a vehicle, I should supply the necessary documents then if I'm going to participate, because when I purchased that vehicle, they said that I had to register it, insure it, and that I have to have a driver's license, and that I need to look. I'm a novice. That's why I'm here. Okay, let me preface it by saying that initially, so that you don't. I'm a novice. That's why I'm here to ask a few questions.
No, that's cool.
I don't know much on the subject. I'm here to learn, but I'm seeking this sovereignty because I myself want to get away.
You feel in your heart. You feel in your heart it's just what's right. I bet. I imagine.
I want to get away from this system because I don't think you said opposing thoughts on it. This system was not created for me. It doesn't like me. So that's
well, that was I prefaced that. Hold on, let me correct the record though, because I prefaced that with the idea that theoretically that it was created for my benefit. So I prefaced it with the idea that I'm going to play dumb, and you know, until it collapses, because that's what needs to happen. It's evil. It's inherently evil. So I understand that. Sorry, I don't want you to lose your thought, but I just want that fully understood. It's like, I think it's inherently evil, but I don't think it would be a good thing if it collapsed overnight. That if it all just went away, we would see pure chaos. You know, and so I think it does serve some elements of good. We just gotta redirect it, you know. So you know what I'm saying? It's like some people would just lose their shit if they just lost their food stamps alone, you know. Like, I'm not looking to fucking have people starving overnight. I mean, I think it would be great to eliminate these programs and all the corruption, but it's going to take a process. I think it's going to take 40 years is my estimate. Sorry, I hope you didn't lose your thought process. I just wanted to really clarify there.
Yeah, I did somewhat lose my little thunder because I wrote it down. But I guess I'll switch to the next thing.
My bad.
Yeah, I know I seen. Okay, well, something else also. When initially, you know, I'm with I feel Pale Horse Rider. Okay, and because I don't watch the television anymore, and I definitely do not watch the news because I know it's psychological operation. I mean, those at this level should know it's a psyop. So I don't want to be insensitive to this young man. But at the same time, I know that a lot could be done through this psyop in the fact that it creates a fear of not wanting to seek sovereignty and independence and knowing these things that a psyop like this can make a lot of people back up like, oh damn, and create that fear from even attempting it. So I see that aspect of it. But at the same time, I do feel a little hypocrisy because there are some groups out there that claim to seek sovereignty, but at the same time, they feel it. Maybe I'm wrong, but they just feel as though they have the right to certain things in the system. To me, it just seems hypocritical. You don't want to participate in the system, but yet you feel as though you have rights in the system.
But that's your extremist mindset, and you can't put that responsibility on everyone else. That's your extremist mindset. It's not black or white. It's not one thing or the other. And I explain that.
Explain to me by what you mean by extreme mindset, because you're making an assumption there. And I said
no, I'm objectively observing what you just described. So essentially, what you said is it has to be one or the other, which is a black or white mindset. And I don't agree with that. Nothing in life is that extreme. And I think that I clearly articulated this, and I'll do it again just because, you know, maybe it needs a couple of times, you know, to really make sense. And essentially, I think that theoretically, the reason why this system exists is obviously it has failed to do what it was there theoretically for. So what will essentially help us transition to a better place is making better choices. It's not going to be a total crash of what's evil, you know, and then we just rebuild from the Stone Ages, right? I don't think that's necessary. You know, I don't think we need pure chaos to break out because.
Well, they try to. They'll just, even regardless, they'll just try to orchestrate it like they did with the George, you know who, Floyd guy. So, and that whole BLM, BLT,
PSYOP,
LGBT, LGBTQ plus thing. Yeah, but.
Yeah, so I think it's going to take a transition out of the system. It's going to be hard for people to even learn. You know, this shit's everywhere. All right, you know, it's everywhere. So it's going to be hard to learn. It's going to be a lifestyle. It's not a destination. You know, you don't just like fill out some magic paperwork and then you're good.
Can
You
I
know?
add to that? Can I add to that?
Yeah.
Yes, I 100% agree with you. I 100%. We know that it can't happen overnight. Or I'm not gonna say it can't. I don't have the power to say something can or cannot happen. But theoretically, it'll take time. But the fact is, you will agree that that this system is wicked, and
It is
that's why.
wicked.
And that's why. So when I say that it's black or white, isn't that ultimately what you're agreeing, that eventually it will be a black and white thing where you don't, either you participate or you don't, but we agree that it's going to take over time to eventually happen.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is it's kind of like being in the world, but I don't know how that says. How does that saying go? In the world, but not of it.
Yeah, be in the world, but not of it. Yes.
So essentially, how I see that is, you know, don't identify with the system. You don't. You can learn to utilize it. You know, in a way that.
This system is an addiction. We are all addicted to the system. We were born and raised into the system. This is all we know. And it's going to take a process just like any other addiction to break away from the system. Yes, we're there, but we have identified that this system is wicked. It is not for us, and we need to eventually get away from it. And
what I think I could see happen in my lifetime is we could eliminate, if people woke up and made better choices, we could eliminate like Section 8 housing and you know all the welfare programs like that. You know, but that would take a transition. That would be a nightmare if that shit happened, if that shit just went away, right? So I think we could eventually eliminate those with
Sean,
you know,
Sean, what did you find with the geometry of the situation? Come on, enlighten me, because I haven't even had a chance to even look
all
at
right,
it.
I gotta walk away. You guys get into that for a little while. I can't do it.
I mean, I didn't necessarily want to even go there, but
okay. I just see it on the screen, so I thought maybe.
Yeah, I did notice that you know, all this could mean though is pretty obvious to make a very rational, logical explanation. This is a Fox News article putting out the headline. So what does that mean? Okay, well that it's, you know, essentially a fake news contrived a contrived headline. I mean, that you can't really necessarily correlate causation. You know what I'm saying? You can't really, I mean, associate it's correlation, not causation. So like this article is just, I just lost what I typed in, but basically
Complete sentences, Sean.
stonewalling us has the same numerical value as Society of Jesus. Because right when I typed in stonewalling us, because what they do is they put apostrophes around the words of interest. So in this case, it was stonewalling us.
And there's that 56. There's
I
that
don't know
56.
Yeah, of course.
79, I think, is murder.
It's a perfect match, though, man. It's a perfect match. So
187, 187 involving police and all that craziness.
Yeah, well, the homicide code. Yeah.
All right, can we move on?
Wait, one more thing with that. Can you find out if 191 is a prime number? Is that a prime? What prime number it is? Can you click on the 191 and see if it's a prime?
43rd, yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's not the 44th, but
it's 44 would definitely have been murder or kill or something like that.
Right,
But
that would have been more.
Yeah.
I would have expected that, but anyway. So I didn't really want to touch on the Montreal that much, but that's very interesting. And then, of course, this article, like Jeep Girl had pointed out, they just had to put in the article that he was pulled over at 3:22 p.m. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
They do that shit all the time, man. Yeah.
Ridiculous. So,
but that doesn't.
again,
Like
I didn't
this
look at the videos.
speculation, I think you
Yeah.
can't really mix these conversations, man, because what it does is you're almost
Muddy
like
the water.
questioning as if this guy is even real. So you can't do that without doing your due diligence and research, and maybe he's being used, but
Low key, you're part of the reason why I jumped on here was because you were saying a lot of things where you were like, I would not use the USC and cite their codes because they don't apply to you. So that's what prompted me to like ask you certain questions on, because you seem to be along the lines of either you're participating or you're not type of thing. So
no, you just got to know who you are. You just got to know your existence in the hierarchy of life, and you got to realize that there is a hierarchy there, and that's really it. And so if you can do that, then you can navigate through it and not really get hurt. Theoretically, it's not a perfect world by any means, but I've made it 36 years, and I know that I'm doing all right. Yeah, so it's not all or nothing for me, and I think that's what the philosophy that you were trying to present, and you were hoping I could relate to it, but I don't
No, you
relate to
do
that.
relate to it. You do relate
No,
to it.
I
And we both,
no,
no,
I don't.
hold on. Let me tell you where. Because we both are agreeing that over time, that's what we want. I'm not saying
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah, okay, all
Well,
right, you're right.
I'm not saying tomorrow. But we can't. That's kind of damn near. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but come on. I'm saying eventually that is our goal: is to get away from something that's wicked, that's treating us bad. They're
You're
abusing.
right.
So I mean, yes, we are in total agreement on that. We should, but we just know that it's gonna take time. So no, we're standing together on that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm glad you clarified that. Yeah, and I think you did that earlier. I just forgot. My bad. Um, Very good point. I think that's an important conversation to have, and we should dig deeper into it. What all of that really means. You know, and I think that we just got to be able to figure out a way to take care of our sick and our elderly and our kids and stuff before we can eliminate that shit completely. So until then, we're gonna have to find a way to regulate it more appropriately.
Yeah, we can't say, oh, get away from something and then we don't have a solution. So that would be kind of that's lead from one problem to another problem. So yes, we have to find a solution, create some way in which we can separate. But until then, we have to just do what we can do. Yeah.
But that's where we fail, and we aren't coming together on that. Some people are, but it's being there's obviously a lot of energy being placed in and stifling that sort of action. And that's why I really stress the idea of the American states assemblies, because I think they're the only ones, true, honorable, and credible people on record, as such, are the only ones that could execute any change. They could affect any change. They're the ones that could act as, true authority over this de facto government, because the de jure government would have authority over it, and that's the only way that we're going to get it, us people that have good in our heart. That's the only way we're going to get a grip on any of this, is if we can get control of the bad that they're doing. And
Sean, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sean, did you say
no, you're good.
did you have another video you wanted to show? Because maybe I'll watch that, and then maybe I'll have a question or not. And I know I don't want to be rude, and you had another video, and I possibly held you up on that.
He must have taken a.
Yeah,
he might have taken a break.
But yeah, it's gonna take a process, man, to break away, because we this is the only thing we know. So it's gonna, and it's over. It could be traumatic for a lot of people, you know. So it's gonna take a process, but like you said, it's also gonna take multitude of people over time to do it, you know. So,
And that's what the American States Assemblies represents to me, more than anything else I've ever seen. So, you know, it's and I'm sure this Chase Allan man was aware of. It sounded like that's where he got his rap, you know. So it's hard to say for sure, but you know, it's. Hey, Pineal, you there?
Yeah, I had stepped away for a second there, but
No
yeah,
worries.
I'm back.
The realist McCoy asked if you had another video you were wanting to show. We weren't
I
trying
do
to
want to
hijack
finish.
you.
Yeah, I literally stepped away for about 60 seconds, so I didn't hear about 60 seconds there.
yeah, I didn't want to be rude. I knew you had another video, and we've been, you know, I didn't want to hold you up from
Yeah,
playing.
we still haven't even finished this one. My bad. Let's try and get through it.
Yeah.
I think it's a great conversation, though. I hope, you know, I hope it's worth it to you guys. I don't know. I hope I provided some amount of clarity. I'm not very articulate. I'm not really good at verbalizing my thoughts, but we'll get through it. You know, I'm glad we're talking about it.
Sir. You and me both. Some of us are not as quote unquote illustrious and eloquent as some would say with their speech, but yeah.
Right on. Thanks for the conversation.
I'm gonna let it run though. So it's weird. The numbers keep going down. I just saw it go from 11 to 4 to 7. So I don't know what's going on with the views within 1 minute. But anyway, I'm gonna let it run, play. So
it's just people clicking around, man.
How long will
Please say maybe we messed up or something like that, shut off the body cameras. What is your response when we've heard that go through dispatch?
To be clear, the police have not said maybe we messed up. I've answered this question. I'm happy to answer it again. Having worked on these protocol teams throughout my career, the order shut off body cameras was simply done out of efficiency for the investigation. The dynamicness, the fluidity of the incident was well over with before that radio broadcast you're referring to was put out. And it's simply so that an investigator that could otherwise be doing other important things for the investigation doesn't have to sit and watch every second of a video camera that provides nothing.
The incident was over.
It was over, correct.
Can you, I don't know, can you make any judgment as to whether they were justified or not justified?
That's not my place to do that.
Can you tell me a little bit about, you've seen this a lot, how many shots were fired, have you been able to determine, and was it the 5 officers then that fired from their weapons?
There were 5 officers that fired, and the amount of shots will be included in the critical incidents report. That takes time to get those ballistic reports back, so I can't comment on it because I don't know.
Chief, yeah, I just want to go back to the beginning too. The illegitimate plate, just confirming what was on that plate and what made it illegitimate versus a normal license plate.
It's I refer to it as more of a placard. There's nothing about it that says it's a license plate, as we all know it, right? There's a flag symbol, and then to be quite honest, I don't even know what the text says on there. I haven't viewed it that thoroughly, but it's not a plate from the state of Utah or any other of the 49 states.
Is it a home date?
I do not know that.
Has the department been in contact with the family regarding this?
See, so instead of saying I don't have to answer that, he just says I don't have to, or I don't know the answer, so.
Farmington Police Department has not had contact with the family. That is an assignment that's been given through the protocol team through the Bountiful Police Department. I know that they were, made multiple attempts to reach out to the family. The last I heard is that the family had not responded back. That offer was given to them, or at least attempted to be given them before you all viewed it. I don't know where that stands.
A few people have been saying that the window between first contact and opening fire was quite small. What's your comment today? It was only about 3 to 4 minutes. Is that normal? Or?
You know, we talk about routine traffic stops. The word normal, I don't know that I can apply the word normal to that.
Maybe you said this, maybe you can't say, did he fire, or did we say he didn't fire?
Again, the ballistics report would be what would give us that information, and that would be some time where we're ready for that.
Shoot.
Yes.
The Critical Incident Team is still working on this investigation. Why go ahead and release this video?
Because it's factual. It's information that we have that we can get out. I think transparency. I know the public. Many people want to know where this is at, and the effort of transparency. We're anxious to put out what we know and what we can say. And so, you know, the reason statements aren't made during an open active investigation is someone might misspeak, and that creates conflict from one statement to the other. The video speaks for itself. The video is not going to change.
Investigators looking to try and get the video that looks like Chase was recording with his phone. Was like
Yes, it appears to me that he's now. I don't know if he actually is videoing, but it certainly appears to me that he is.
Yeah, I was just wondering if investigators were trying to get that video.
I have no doubt. Yeah, I have no doubt.
You've not seen it,
No, I have. I am not privy to the Critical Incident Team's investigation whatsoever.
Do we know if that gun belonged to Chase, or is there a different gun on it? Or is there a way?
Once again, I have no doubt that will all be part of the Critical Incident Team's investigation.
Chief, how are those officers doing? I mean, there are split-second decisions that are made that have dire consequences. How's your environment? How are the officers doing?
They're impacted. All of us are. I think officers across the country are impacted. You know, I've watched several videos of officer-involved shootings through my years, and whether it's in your hometown or whether it's across the country, it impacts you. And my guys are definitely impacted. I've talked to all my officers daily, and certainly these officers. I check on the well-being. They're okay. They're okay. They're doing all right.
Another question, Chief, too. I mean, yeah, these are 5 officers. You said last week this is 20% of your force. How are you guys moving forward with these 5 officers on the leave right now?
We're doing the best we can, and as I told you in my introduction, we're relying on the great law enforcement agencies that we're surrounded by. Yeah, we're getting by.
What was this? So he's talking about the police being there to encourage theft or something. What was all that about? That you're not allowed to stop him? What does he mean?
I have no idea, sir.
What sort of services are the 5 officers involved getting offered from the department?
Say that again for me?
What sort of services are the 5 officers involved being offered by the department?
So our department has a mental health group that is available to them as they need it. It's completely confidential. It's paid for by the city. However, I'm not privy to their usage of it. So I'm confident that they are aware of it. Absolutely.
So the family, they issued that release. I'm sure you've seen it. It's been repeated over and over. They call this a brutal murder. I guess what do you say for that?
It's just a tragedy to what started out as an everyday traffic stop. The proverbial routine traffic stop ended in tragedy.
And take away the gun from that, would he have at most just got a ticket, or would you have arrested him for not having a license and registration?
We would only know that if the investigation would have been allowed to play out, right? Trying to extract him from the vehicle was part of that process to further figure out what was going to happen from a criminal element of this circumstance. now we won't know.
You identified the 5 yet, or will you?
We will, not right now.
Not even.
Yeah, but I feel like they deserve privacy right now.
So at the end of the video, when it all goes down, there's like a chainsaw or something.
I'll speak to that just from watching what you're watching. I'm pretty certain that's the vehicle. You'll hear actually when you rewatch this, which I'm sure you will. You'll hear that vehicle actually revs high RPMs just prior to the eruption of gunfire.
Like you have this foot on your gas.
That's all I can assume.
Just got a certain question from the newsroom. Could he have been reaching for his seatbelt buckle? Is that something that's going through the investigation?
And again, I'm not doing the investigation as I watch this. Could have been. It's in the same location.
Thank you.
Everything seemed to be quite calm and moving in a calm manner until the extraction. That seemed to be a step up in the force used. What did you see? What do you see when you look at that? What do you see? It seemed to me like a big jump. It's like it escalated quite quickly to get him out of the vehicle.
I would actually say just the contrary. The force continued. Our officers chosen to, we're all looking at this from a Monday morning quarterback standpoint. They had no idea what was about to happen. They couldn't have done what was about to happen. And so had they have chosen to use a pepper ball, to use a taser, to use some other impact weapon, something actually higher level of force than hands-on, I think we would be questioning that, to be quite honest. So that escalation of force from verbal to hands-on, in my opinion, was absolutely reasonable and appropriate.
Can you talk about based on training, do all 5 officers have to see the gun to properly shoot?
That's not necessarily what I would deem as training.
But when they choose, I know they have to feel like their life's in danger. Do they have to see something certain?
They have to feel an imminent threat that could cause serious bodily injury or death to themselves or someone else. That's the state statute.
So if somebody starts firing just because the partner's firing, is that a reason or not?
I'm going to let the investigation speak to that.
Maybe help when that could be done, or how long it has to.
Again, there just is no typical in our profession, right? I can't speak to the timeline of that. I know there's many detectives, investigators working hard as we speak, so I have full confidence in that. Anything else? Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you.
Sean, you there? Sean or Logan?
Yeah, man. I'm here, sir.
I have a question, man. Was there any pushback, like any kind? Not, I wouldn't say protesting, any uprising, any kind? Because I mean, was there anything like that after this occurred?
I don't know. I don't participate in any of that stuff.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, was there any though?
I don't know. I don't watch the news either. It's like, this is how I get my news, I guess.
Because, I mean, I don't want to make this like a racial thing or anything, but I'm sure if this had happened to a such and such, it would have been like, there would have been something. I don't know, man. This system is just strange, man.
That's an interesting point, though. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, if it was, well, let me just say, if it was a black person, quote unquote, black person that this happened to, I mean, here comes Black Lives Matter. Here comes Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton and all these different people. So I'm saying, like, this is the same thing. It's just that it's occurred to a different race, but yet it's quiet. That's why this whole racial thing, man, it's got people just so lost. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah, it's just another divide tactic. We got to come together. We're all one race, really. So our differences are the beauty of it all. It'd be a pretty lame world if we were all the same.
We all just got played, man, and we still getting played every damn day we wake up. We getting played, man. Because if this right here, I'm not questioning it. I'll just approach it as this did occur, and this is how I heard about it. This young man is claims to be sovereign.
This is how I heard about it.
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt you. This is how I heard about it too. That's all I'll say. You.
What's up? What's up with my man? My man is on the panel. Yeah. Go ahead, man. My fault, man.
Yeah, I'd like to welcome my guest, Zetetic Warrior, first time on the show, I believe, sir. I mean, I haven't really been streaming on this channel, so I guess it's everyone's first time on the show because I've never really had a panel. I don't even think I've done a panel on this. Oh, no. Okay, I did a couple. I did a couple on this. The last, like, 2 uploads, maybe. But anyway.
What's up, Sean? How's it going,
yeah,
man?
What's up, brother? Did you know about this
thanks
story?
for dropping it.
So I heard the story. I didn't know the name, so apparently this guy's Chase Allan, and I haven't seen the footage yet. I just caught the very end here, but I know it's kind of been a hot topic for the last day or two, so I'm not really familiar with the circumstances, honestly.
Yeah, I actually hadn't watched that video until just now. I haven't really even watched much about it. A couple shorter videos I watched, but yeah, I don't even want to. I had a couple videos queued up, and I don't even want to watch them after. I talked to Mitch behind stage for a little while, and one of them he said is a Shield channel he exposed years ago, and then the other one is or the other one you said police activity was worth watching that video because I think that's what I had right.
All I've noticed I've never looked into police activity, but all I've ever noticed from them is that they just show the raw video cam footage. They're pretty objective.
The name of the video is shows uncooperative driver shot. So after officer spots weapon. So I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I'd like to see it, Sean. I could always go look it up myself afterwards, but if we're talking about it, man, I haven't seen the footage.
Yeah, maybe we just watched.
I played this one video. It was only at 2 hours, so that's how long it took us to watch that half hour. But what were we gonna say?
Maybe you could just play like from the interaction, like skip all the different angles and stuff. Because I don't think we're gonna see. It seems to all be edited, and I don't know if we're gonna see the.
Yeah. So they're painting this. Yeah. So are they painting this guy as a quote unquote sovereign citizen?
Of course.
That's the narrative, right?
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah. It seems to be a propaganda campaign or whatever you want to call it. I guess propaganda is the wrong word. That's language of the church, but
I mean, not necessarily. Gets the right point across, but it just seems like it's there to manipulate the minds of others for sure. To kind of like I think NJ Jeep Girl, I think she nailed it to scare people like Kyneal and whoever like the realist McCoy trying to figure out the true way.
Right.
I think it's trying to scare them.
But I'm looking at Mitchell. So is this the young man here that we're looking at? Is this him? So what they're going to do is they're going to present this as he was a young man and he was in the prime of his life with a hopeful future, and he was brainwashed into this quote-unquote sovereign citizen movement. That's going to be the spin, that how could such a young man go so wrong? And these are the kind of things they're going to go after these communities about. This is how they set it up. That's going to be the move because he's a young man. He's not like he's not a scraggly old guy that people could just not pay attention to. He's a young white male, and he's going to get the attention of the country, and they're going to play this up for all it's worth.
Interestingly enough, I called out. I've been having problems with Scottsdale lately, and I called them out for seemingly using certain terminology to position themselves to use violence against me. They're definitely trying to misconstrue my words as threats and stuff like that, and it was bullshit, but it's real interesting. I think you're exactly right. They're trying to. We're gonna probably see a lot more of this I have a feeling.
Right. So what happened in the specifics? He didn't want to, you know, he was not, quote unquote, complying with their said orders. What happened?
Can
Why'd
you
they
find
pop
like? Can you find like just the raw body cam footage? I guess maybe
I didn't realize I was muted. My bad. When did you
maybe
drop
just
in, Z? Like 10 minutes ago? 20? Like or right when
Yeah.
you.
If you want, if you want, I can pause and go back and review it real quick. I could just
No,
turn
I
my
mean,
camera off.
there was another video I did want to watch. So, it's
Yeah.
probably the same thing, just from a different perspective. The police activity one. The one I showed was from the Fullerton Informer, if you know him, his channel.
No, I've never heard of it, but yeah, I mean, I could always look on my own, but it's judging by this kid's picture, I could already see the narrative forming. Young man, college graduate, et cetera, You bring his ex-girlfriend out, she's crying, the mom's crying, and it's going to start, oh, he got caught on the YouTube pages. He was watching certain channels that influenced him, and they're going to paint it as if he was brainwashed into this so-called movement that they're obviously mislabeling, and this is how they do things. He's the perfect, I don't want to say actor, but I know how they run these fucking things. Whether this happened or not, either way, they're going to make the most out of it.
yeah, sacrificial lamb maybe, but
I didn't realize that Vice covered it, but yeah, what's good, Gary? I saw some of your comments, man, and I had to. I'm just confused there, man. I'm confused here, sir.
You understand sarcasm, right?
Oh, I guess I didn't, because I didn't know if you were
Oh.
maybe ex-service or something, and so that's
Come
why
on,
I took your wrench away, because I didn't. Okay.
No, the majority. If there's something that looks like it's like out of line, I'm being stupid or being sarcastic. I don't typically say anything maliciously, and I'm pretty much, you know, in line with pretty much everybody else about.
Yeah, you threw me off there, dude.
Along with the lines of thinking. But I wanted to give like a different perspective as well. You know, we talk about sometimes, was this a real thing? Was it, you know, are they setting up a narrative? When you look at something like the Vice documentary and how it was skewed so badly in terms of, you know, painting a narrative, who's to say that these documentaries don't put fear into the cops themselves to react the way that they do? So, I mean, this could be an organic situation. Where you get cops that, you know, they just want to get home to their families. You know, that's the big thing with cops is they just want to get home to their families. That, you know, no matter what the cost, they got to get home to their families. It's all about them. So who's to say that they're not buying into this narrative that these outlets like Vice are creating, and they're just petrified. You know, they see a sovereign citizen who's an extremist and this and that. And, you know, it could be organic for all we know. There's so much speculation, we just don't fully know one way or the other.
That's a good point.
Yeah, my bad. I keep muting and unmuting just in case. I'll just leave myself off mute. Let me know if I have any background noise, because it's probably me if that's the case. So I'll just keep myself unmuted.
It seems to have minor static each time you talk. It's
Yeah, do
coming
you know,
in intermittently.
In and out. Kind of
No,
choppy.
your voice is good, but the static comes in and out. You know, it's not hard. It's not horrible, Sean.
Anyway,
yeah,
I do want
just
to watch the video. So
don't engage his audio issue talk. It's been ongoing for months. I'm just kidding.
that is
Sorry.
true. That is actually true. Yeah, Freedom Grower gets on my ass about it. So yeah. Dick Grower, my bad. But this is the other video by Police Activity. I haven't watched it yet. So any thoughts here? I don't necessarily claim as my own by any means. I haven't even watched this video, so I have no affiliation with it. But yeah.
Who is it?
Police Activity.
Oh, I don't like the title. I don't like it being labeled as uncooperative, but because he seemed pretty cooperative. I didn't see any resistance. Oh yeah, I guess when he said no. So I mean, I guess that's pretty accurate. That really raises the more important question with maintaining honor. How do you say no without saying no? Without being a combatant. It slipped out of that press conference. That officer said he was combative. It shows, right? That's what they're looking for. Sorry, go ahead. I yield.
Did you notice though that I mean, I've seen a lot of auditors videos and everything, but there's no time stamp, there's no date stamp in the videos. There's usually they're wearing the Axion.
No, there's
body
no.
cameras.
I'm not going to try and get into all that.
No, I'm just saying it's another angle to look at. I'm not trying to create a conspiracy theory or anything like that, but it is a little strange in the fact that that's typically
The
what.
whole thing's strange. Oh.
You want to see a conspiracy really as opposed to a conspiracy theory? Here, let me show you a conspiracy really. Hold on really quick. It'll just be 10, 20 seconds here.
Yeah, they exist for sure.
Boom, right there.
So he's pulled over at 3:22 p.m.
Skull and bones, right there.
And then I'm just like looking at this head, but this is just a headline. This is just an article. So by all means, he maybe wasn't pulled over at
Yeah, but that's how they communicate.
Ironically, this was posted on my
those with eyes to see.
But stonewalling us, I highlighted it. Yeah, stonewalling us, I highlighted it, and I just checked the calculator, and obviously, it has the exact same 4 out of 4 gematria with I don't know what's wrong with this page right now. Hold on.
Again, all distracting details
Yeah,
to
yeah, I get it.
to what the important conversation could be.
All this could mean is just that, Fox News is completely Jesuit owned, which no shit. Everything is.
Right. Are you just now learning this? I mean, come on now. Let's move on.
I didn't want to go back.
But interesting, it said recent college graduate. See, and I knew that without even knowing it, because that's going to play into this whole narrative. This is what this story is going to become. He was brainwashed by this quote-unquote internet movement that has no validity, quote-unquote, of extremist, right-wing extremist terrorists. This is what it's going to. This is going to be the narrative. Wait for it.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Yeah, so the leader of the Watchdog group on YouTube, I don't know if you're familiar with them guys, but they've been exposing sovereign citizens for years, and big network really centered around fundraising essentially. But they made a large effort to discredit and flood out search results and stuff like that, just trying to keep people distracted from reality with this stuff. So I mean, I've seen it going on, and I'm aware of their tactics, and it's just like it's so obvious to me, but it's not new. It's not going to stop or slow down. We got to figure out how to overcome it, and that's
a good point. You could see it like, oh, this young man watched a video of a so-called Paul Unslaved on the roadside, and this is how they do it. This is the first.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. I had the exact same frame of mind earlier when I was just, Yep.
Well, they're already doing it. Yeah, it's Vice. That Vice documentary is pretty.
Right.
Yeah.
I like the point Gary made too about how it works on both sides, because it fires up the policy enforcers. It paints a certain narrative that they could hold on to. They're going to go along with this narrative, and they're going to feel more justified. It's like it serves to get both sides more entrenched, in whatever this conflict is.
And that's what I think it's important to realize, the learning how to communicate our position honorably. Like, I forgot who brought it up. I guess it was Timmy, but I keep trying to give him credit for it, hoping he'll show up and kind of clarify my perspective on it with his own. But because he brought it up, and I think it's really important to realize, there are ways to, eliminate that label as, combative whatever, and so that's what we got to figure out, is how to not even really talk to them, just give them the documents with some very clear and concise facts, and if they want to arrest us, we got to figure out how to come together to take the most appropriate action to, do what's right and hold them accountable. I don't know exactly what.
Well, I like where you're going, Mitchell. Like, Timmy has an idea that when one of us gets into a situation with these policy enforcers, that we almost send out like a beacon where just a bunch of us who's ever in the area shows up just to be witness, right? Just to show up.
I think there's that Signal app, I think, is kind of that concept that you're getting
good. I
at.
like Signal.
That's such a great idea too. People would come, even if they just came and recorded, but yeah, why not take it a step farther, like Z's talking about, where it sends a beacon out to other honorable, incredible men and women that could come do the paperwork or whatever that needs to happen to, just do the right thing.
That's how we maximize our power at that point. And then if there is an arrest, well, then you have a bunch of people there, not only documenting it and witnessing it, but then they can be there to, in some way, at least have a conversation with the local, supervisors, the sergeants, etc., and say, look, you have a man kidnapped behind bars. This is going to be broadcast out to thousands, if not tens of thousands of people. You really want this heat on your little local department? You really
Come on,
want
man.
this lawsuit?
Skip to that footage. I don't want to watch this again, man.
See, look, they're already doing it. See, they're painting him up as the clean-cut college boy, the all-American, white bread, football player, white guy who got fooled into the dark recesses of the internet and fell into some, basically, they're going to use words like terroristic group. And this is what they're going to go into, cult.
Show Z the interaction, and this is a great conversation, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate you doing. But
important.
don't you have that interaction pulled up? Let's just watch that. Where they.
Okay.
We really should dissect that shit. I mean, like.
Yo, Peniel, man, I'm getting false flag / hoax vibes all over this, dude.
For sure.
I ain't saying, but I'm saying,
Yeah, it's just you have to theorize at least, and that's why I'm trying to connect those dots there, because it's worth connecting. But again, we're not. I'm not a doctor, so trust your local health experts, and I'm not a damn, what do I say? I'm not a information dealer, so don't trust necessarily the words that I say. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. I need to put some type of. I need to figure out what to say so I can,
right.
not lose this. Lose this channel too. So.
I mean, I don't want to be an auto hoaxer, and maybe I'm turning into one, but he almost seems too perfect for the part.
Yeah.
He's too clean cut. Now, it could just be all the stars aligned that it was this kid, and the media knows this is the one. This is the one we're going to make the big deal out of. This is the one we're going to push. So I could look at it from both sides, but either way, this kid's right out of central casting to play the part of the wayward recent college graduate, all-American student, collegiate, young man who got brainwashed by a bunch of online terrorists. His kid's perfect for that part, man.
Yeah, he's clean cut. He went down the dark. Yeah, the dark. I love the way you word it. The way you were saying it before, about 5 minutes ago, kind of was exactly what I was saying earlier.
It's
but yeah, I want to show you this clip because you haven't had any context. So, what were you going to say, Mitch?
No, that was me.
Oh, nothing. I was just agreeing with him. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's definitely got the vibe of trying to prevent anyone from even, having the idea, because that's a lot of what they do is they put out things so to prevent things before they happen, or so this definitely, you just worry. You got the right name. I came on and want to say, but I was like, out of respect for the host, I didn't want to just come blazing with, nah, man, this got PSYOP all over it. But yo, we know.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it walks like a duck, if it talks like a duck. I haven't even seen the footage yet, so I'm just going by this kid himself. Look, whether it happened or not, he's the perfect specimen to trot out for the narrative they want to create. I could see it now. If I was a sicko psychopath trying to plan this out, that kid would be exactly the one that I would cast. Utah, clean cut, like he's not Mitchell running around taking a shit next to his car or O'Shea. No offense, guys.
No,
he's not me. He's not Synthetic Warrior who lives in a basement. Nobody really gives a fuck about him. This is a clean cut kid. They're gonna get his girlfriend out there, his mom, all those white bread tears. The country's gonna suck it up, man.
Yeah, I'm doing like 2 or 3 things at once, but yeah, I agree with everything you said, and that's the same suspicions and speculations I've been having. I'm gonna let this run so you can have some context because you haven't even, like you said, seen anything. So.
For the stop today is there's no registration on your vehicle.
What?
Alrighty. Davis, Fox 21. Can you have a couple more head my way? Is this back window roll down?
Why do you need to know that?
I just want to make sure that you're the only one in the vehicle. So here's the deal, man. I'm stopping you because there's no registration on your vehicle, and I'm requesting your identification. Okay? You are detained at this time, and you are not free to leave. Are you going to provide me your identification?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no, that you're not going to provide me your identification. Is that the route we're going? Or would you like to provide your identification to me, and we can have a conversation, we can discuss the laws that you're breaking, and then we can go from there.
If you want my identification, you'll be under duress and you accept surety and trusteeship over it. Meaning you will be responsible for any debts that you're trying to incur here.
Okay, so I'm not trying to incur any debts or anything. I'm trying to investigate why your vehicle doesn't have any registration.
Sean, can you pause it? I don't want to talk over it.
Yeah.
This kid's playing it by the book so far. Like he's not escalating. I don't see him doing anything wrong so far. All right, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
So
I agree.
Here's the
traveling is a federally protected activity.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that you do not have an option to identify yourself.
I do.
You are lawfully required to identify yourself. So you can provide your identification to me.
You're seeing the cops are trained for this stuff now. Hold on, Peniel. I don't want to keep talking over it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. They're ready to, they're ready to address this exact situation. Of course they are. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. You can see now, I guess, all these years and incidents have gone by. They're probably taking courses on it. They're probably trained. He's speaking from training right now. The way he automatically said, he knew this kid was going to be a quote-unquote sovereign when he rolled up.
Yeah.
Then he realized right away that his suspicions were correct, and he hit him with the same thing. with his training, you are lawfully required to give us identification. The way he used the word lawfully, he didn't say legally, he didn't say by statute. He on purpose said lawfully by training. Now we're seeing the response of the policy enforcers.
Mm-hmm. And so by using that terminology, you're just trying to, are you just basically trying to infer that it's obviously a lie? I mean, what, by bringing that up, what are you trying to bring out by saying that?
I think it says, we're going to do what we want. We don't give a fuck.
Right, right.
They're just trying to show us.
Yeah,
I was pointing.
Hence the name of my stream.
Right. I was pointing out, Sean, that this cop was obviously trained specifically to deal with quote unquote sovereigns. You can tell it by his training. He's not stuttering. So that's all. That's the only point I was making right there at that moment.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who should see this video for the first time should ask, first of all, why in the first place was there the tone and the whole, what was the presumption? I mean, he was pulled over for his plates, right? Was that basically the, again,
He said he didn't have registration. He said no registration.
And there was a sergeant and 3 other officers at least on scene. So.
Yeah.
It says 5 in the article, so I don't know if that means 5 that opened fire or just 5 that were there, but there were definitely at least 3 or 4 of them that opened fire. You could just tell by listening to the sound. So that last video was really overdid it. It showed every angle. It showed you missed it, but it showed that you could go back and watch it, but it showed every angle of showed like 6 or 7 different angles.
Right.
It's terrible.
My bad. I don't know how good my sound is right now, but.
You're roboting a little bit, yeah.
To me, and we can go that route too. I'm perfectly okay with either way you want to go, but the direction that this encounter goes is okay.
It is a corporate policy.
Okay.
In which you have to be
Listen to how soft spoken he is too, man.
contracted and to be required to follow it. Unless you can provide me a contract with my wet ink signature on it saying that I'm required to follow it.
Okay.
Then there's
So do you want to identify yourself to me, or do you want to go a different route? Wonderful. Do you have a driver license as well?
I am not giving you jurisdiction.
Okay.
Do not stop. Do not detain. You are not allowed to stop me.
Let me see that. I didn't see what you just tried to show me. Can you show that to me again? What's this?
This is a passport. It says do not stare. Do not detain.
Okay. Here's what I'm telling you. Here's what I'm telling you. Okay. Will you hand that to me so I can read it? You want me to look at it through this tiny crack in your window? You're not going to hand it to me?
If I hand this to you, accept trusteeship and surety, and you're obligated.
Sure, I'll accept trustingship if you just hand me the document so I can identify who you are because you're required by state law.
I am not.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chase Allan.
That is not me. That is a piece of plastic paper.
So you have a fraudulent passport?
What an asshole. What a fucking prick.
That's what. Sir, step out of the vehicle right now.
I am not required to.
Step out of this vehicle right now.
Then we're going to have an issue where
Step out of the car right now.
Step out of the car. We're going to break the window and pull you out.
I mean, what do I need to say, dude?
Step out of the car.
Gun. Cease fire. Sarge, step back. Sarge.
What I'm wondering is if that was the sound of him pressing on the gas while on the brake. I don't know.
Step back.
Sarge, step back.
They just said gun.
Gun. Cease fire.
In the press conference, they made it a point that the engine revved before shots were fired.
The engine revved before shots were fired. His foot could have slipped off. They said gun. They didn't say if he was holding the gun. They didn't say if it was in his hand. We don't know Guys, do you really think watching this that this kid was sitting there with a gun in his hand ready to go out? I highly
No,
doubt it. I
I
don't
didn't for a
know.
second. I didn't for a
Right.
second.
Mitchell, it doesn't seem like his demeanor at all was in any way confrontational. Now, the other thing I thought was disingenuous on the dumb cop's part, it could just because of his extremely low IQ. He didn't say it was a fake passport. He handed it and he said, "This is you." And the kid said, "No, that's a piece of plastic," meaning to say, "That's not me. I'm me. I'm a man."
That stood out to me originally too. I said that the cop was acting in bad faith at that moment when I realized that. So that definitely was outstanding to me as well. But the shit, there was another point I forgot. Oh, the in the press conference also the officer mentioned that he was combative, and then he's like, "Well, let me correct that word and not use that and say he was uncompliant." So I thought that was interesting.
Right, because those words have very different meanings, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is, notice in Paul's videos, when the enforcer asked Paul to get out of the car, he did it immediately. This kid did not. Maybe that's a lesson for all of us. Once they're moving in to arrest or to physically detain, we can't resist.
Correct.
It's got to happen afterwards in court. When we then press charges in a civil case, in tort, we have
That's
to
it.
allow them at that point. This is just me speaking.
No, that's it though, man. That's what I've been trying to stress so hard. I'm glad you're making this point. Keep going,
Yeah,
please.
same, brother.
You know, because once that happens, once they decide to kidnap, given the overwhelming discretion and power that they have in the moment, that's where the move is, the smart move. You have to let them kidnap you at that point. And then your recourse happens afterwards. And that's where he fucked up. I'm not saying he did anything wrong or unlawful under the laws of God and man, but I think tactically that's where he fucked up. I yield.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I don't know necessarily what was going through his head, man. I don't know what was going through his head at that moment. It's hard to tell just by the video, watching the video. I'd have to really maybe study it, analyze it closer, and even then, I only have observational. But I'll just play the rest of the video because this is what happened last time. It took forever to watch a short video, so I'll just let it run. But if you have anything to add, I mean, feel free. So
yeah, go ahead.
It's probably going to get into all the different angles, so we don't really need to watch the whole.
Sarge, step back. Sarge, step back.
Sarge, step back. David, Sparks, where's the post office? We have shots fired. We have suspect down. Send us more. Show us your fucking hands. Show us your hands. Don't move. Fucking hands. Here, I'm gonna go. Keep him on gun. Keep him on gun. Keep him on gun.
Okay, I'm coming up. Coming up. Close in here. Close in here.
I don't remember this part where they say, "Show us your hands." Oh, seriously? Show us your hands? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
That's protocol.
Right.
Fucking,
That's what
really?
they kick. It's just training. Everything they do is training. Like dogs, trust me. Hashtag trust me, Mitchell.
Hashtag truth, yo. It's hard to laugh right now, but at the same time, I mean, I don't get this. Show us your hands, dude. I don't get it. A dozen shots. Show us your hands. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if I see blood, so.
Yeah, but again, don't let the details distract from the importance that we can take from it. And that's what I'm trying to tell you with, all the other crap that. Take what you can and leave the crap.
The fact that they're still cuffing him again, it goes right to their training. Where's the humanity at that point? He's obviously dead. You're cuffing him, or he's on the verge of death. You know, this is the part about these enforcers that get me, is that at some point they forget that they're humans, that they're men and women, and they identify as the badge, as the shield. They identify with the costume. To me, that's the psychosis, because they get you to form your identity around this character that the society has created, and they lose all humanity.
Yeah, it takes at least 3 officers to cuff a dead man. It's ridiculous, you know. It's just.
It's inhuman at this point. Exactly, Mitchell. The point where he's obviously dead or dying.
It's a sport. Yeah.
And they're cuffing him. It shows that they're acting in a complete character, and there's no humanity to them right now. Nobody would do that.
Yeah, but they're gonna probably go home and go to bed. It's weird. It's like they're playing a sport or something. I don't know.
I mean, it is. It's blood sports. It's power sports. It's, you know, it's politics. It's.
Idea. My fucking gun jammed, so I had to drop my mag. Yeah, that's mine, because it's fucking jammed. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna make sure. Alright, let me grab their IFAC real quick. Here you go. I got an IFAC there. Okay. I got a glove up. Hold on. Yeah, just show my gloves on. He's got a. I don't know. Looks like he's got one. To his head, possibly. Who shot? I did. I did. Here. Let's do medical first. I know. But let's just check medical first. He's got multiple bullets in his chest. Hey, we got other people. Come on, I got you, dude. Hey, he's yours. You got him? I shot 2. Yeah, you got your.
Now they're gonna have to go through the motions and provide medical care when his brains are splattered all over the fucking car.
Am I gonna turn this off? Leave it on.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm good.
Want to sit in my car?
No. Hey, Kelly, can you grab my phone so I can call my wife, or your phone just so I can call her?
Do you know our number?
Yeah.
Come sit on my seat.
Okay.
Don't even get me started about the female enforcers.
Walk over here and call her.
Let me.
These off. I didn't do anything with them.
Let me get my Bluetooth off so it doesn't connect to my phone.
My car's in the scene. This is my stop.
Mrs. Officer. No, I would not go anywhere near that though. But
If it doesn't ring.
No, but they typically get run through by the entire department. They just become pass-arounds for the department. I've seen it not only on TV a million times, but in real life.
Just my wife, just to let her know. Okay, thanks, dude. Hey, deputy, I need you to watch him be the shooter. You good, brother? Yeah. Good. I'm good.
I've got Justin.
I know, I'm not talking about Justin.
Who else do you need, Jeremy?
Here's what I'm wondering, guys. The kid had a cell phone in his hand. Was he recording? He likely was.
I'll take it. I've got tape. There's tape in my back seat.
Is this yours?
Yeah.
that is a good point, because his video would be on his phone, and you know, you'd think like, yeah, where can we get that? Can we get that? Obviously not, but rhetorical question.
Probably not, unless he was streaming it. But who knows?
Right. What's his platform if that's the case? How do you find it?
Yeah. See, that's why it was smart. Like when Mitchell was going through his thing, he streamed it. Immediately, there was like 175, 180 people watching it, and how many more afterwards in real time, you know?
If you don't step out of the car, we're going to break the window and pull you out. Step out.
Wait, you cut out for a
it.
second. Were you talking about when Mitch was on the end of the Paul's episode the other day?
Yeah, exactly. See, he was recording but streaming, right? Therefore, it was out for everybody. Notice how they acted too. Once they realized that there was like almost 200 people watching him in real time.
Of course,
they acted way different than this encounter, didn't they?
Yeah, of course. I don't know if my sound's better with or without headphones, but I keep swapping in and out. But yeah.
It's better now, dude. Much better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was it like? Staticky before, or just in and out?
It was both. It was in and out, but there was heavy static along with it.
Jesus. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Out of the car. Gun.
So fucking unnecessary, bro. It's just disturbing, man.
His hands almost look like they were up, dude. His hands kind of look like they were up. It was hard to see.
Yeah.
It looked like he switched his phone into his other hand and maybe was reaching to undo his seatbelt.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see that basically.
I haven't seen any proof that he was reaching for a gun. I mean, again, his allegedly the gun was on the ground. So, and allegedly he had a holster on when it does look like he had a holster on, right? Didn't it look like he had a holster on when they pulled him out in that one frame? But anyway,
Step out of the car. If you don't step out of the car, we're going to break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Yeah, I didn't see one real time.
yeah, NJ says this is a terrible copy of the video, but
Wait, that engine didn't kick in until after they shot, guys. What am I missing here? I didn't hear an engine before they shot.
Good point.
yeah,
Can
I
you
don't know.
rewind
Again,
that? I don't want you to rewind. Can you rewind it? Just I didn't hear a fucking engine.
Those sounds could be fucking easily. I'm not gonna say anything.
But did you hear an engine before they fired?
Oh, I don't know if it was at what moment it was. Right there, damn. You hear it, right?
You hear it when he says gun. When he says gun.
Right.
That's what I would.
It coincides. It coincides with when he says gun.
I don't know if you know.
That's what I heard.
Step out of this vehicle right now. Step out of the car right now. If you don't step out of the car, we're going to break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car. Gun.
Yeah, I heard a rebel like he stepped on the accelerator or something.
To me, it seems like as soon as they said gun, when he probably saw them reaching for theirs, and he probably gunned it out of like reaction.
Yeah, or maybe his foot slipped off the brake and he was.
Right.
I don't know.
As soon as he shouted gun, this kid knew he was getting popped in that millisecond before he actually got popped.
That's true. Yeah.
Did he shoot? I don't have any fucking idea.
Hell, if anything, it means he was trying to get away, right?
He must have had it in park, I guess.
Good? All right. Everybody good? Yeah, I'm just going to make sure.
But here's the thing, man. He just said gun.
That's the video. I literally just opened that clip. That's the video I'm playing right now. The video.
So now you'll get shot for just having a gun. And a traffic violation.
Of course. I mean,
right.
Look at all the bang bangs, all the bang bang, ops that happen. So it's not anything new, man.
And I was going to say, the damage already done though, because not many people are going to go in depth. Read the headline, see the footage, move on. It's not like anyone's really Majority won't question it. They'll just see the headline, see the subject matter, see the video, and then that's imprinted on their mind, and they move on to the next PSYOP. I mean,
And again, I mean, I could read on this more with more streams, and I don't know if I will or I won't. But having more people on makes me more confident that I can leave it at one stream. Like having people like Z to have more perspectives on it that I can align with and resonate and I don't want to say yoke myself with, but you know, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily need to harp on this anymore after this, but it's kind of obvious to me what all this is, and I'm sure it's. I don't want to say it. I don't want to speak it into existence, but I'm sure this isn't going to be the first, it isn't the first by any means, but definitely not going to be the last. Especially this year. I've had a weird feeling about this year, honestly.
And for those of us who have
for a while,
ideas,
so
of those of us,
we don't need to get into it. We don't need to get into skull and bones, but go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say, for those of us who have ideas of not wanting to participate, this is what they're trying to prevent, because they know that their agenda is for us to comply. And so if you don't comply, man, this could be your outcome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. This
I
is
think-
where, you know, we need to
Sorry.
establish, when I say we, it's a collective we, you know, whoever's interested in living a life of true rights, freedom, and personal sovereignty. I won't even say personal sovereignty, I'll just say independent sovereignty. There has to be a method, a proper method. I like some of the ideas we were talking about where you send a beacon out and anybody within driving distance can show up. Or just having specific protocols. Like I said, I noticed right away when they asked Paul during his videos to exit the car, he exited the car immediately. He did it. Now these guys, this guy handled it differently and we saw the outcome. I'm not saying what the cops did are right at all, but tactically speaking, once they go in for the arrest, they're going in for the arrest. They're not going to stop once they do it. So,
yeah, I mean, that's pretty clear to see. Although, obviously, in this case, it was they arrested him while he was no longer alive. So,
yeah.
Well, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think they tried to reach in and opened his door. And so, you know, I would actually advocate not getting out of your vehicle, honestly, from my experiences, and not leaving enough room for them to reach into your vehicle, because I've had them try. And that's been my saving grace a few times. You know, having that level of protection, it made them think an extra 30 seconds, you know.
Right.
Instead of just reacting, you know.
I see what you're saying, Mitchell. Yeah, but once his hand penetrated through that window that was open, you know, he's basically in your car at that point. That's a good point, though. You know, about why did he even leave them access? I get it. He put the window down to talk to him and everything. And, you know, in that case, Mitchell, it almost like his tinted windows worked against him, right? Because he needed to put the windows down so the cop could see him as they're talking. Whereas when you were in your car, the cop was able to see you through your regular normal windows. So he fucked himself over by having to put his window down.
Yeah, they're slightly tinted, but they're not as dark as his were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that essentially, you know, what I would do if I handled the situation perfect, which I haven't done this yet, so I can't say that this is what I would do, but 'cause I've definitely had the opportunity. But ideally, what I would do is hand them, you know, a piece of paper with a declaration of facts on it, and then just have my hands up and don't say anything, and you know, and then if they say I'm under arrest or whatever, at that point I would comply. But you know, just under duress, and you know, take 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 my loss or whatever and have my day in court.
This hits hard, man, because I know the I know it. I know the purpose of this event. This hits hard, man. This hits really hard for those of us who know.
Even
This
whether
is
intentional or not, even if it's not intentional, just energetically, but how it manifested. So
yeah, this hits hard, bro. I'm telling you.
It seems pretty obvious to me. I mean, it's too perfect of a situation.
Right.
I mean, Z spotted it right away. He didn't know any of the details. Really, I mean, the more and more he learned, the more he realized it was. It's to make a point, To
Yep.
It was definitely orchestrated to some level, some degree.
At least the presentation of it is.
Yeah,
This is,
the interaction. He got straight to the point. Like, was no, hey, how you doing? I'm such and such. Can I get your license registered? Even if he knew this guy, you can't assume this guy was going to claim he's a sovereign citizen. Even if you know as a trained officer, you're still going to approach it. I mean, it was just sounded too scripted, man. To be honest with you, man. I mean, the guy had all the right responses, direct to the point. Well, that's not my. I mean, I know the reason. This is a big one, man. And I hate that I don't hear. This is a big deal, bro. I'm telling you.
You're right.
There were elements to it, and I agree with what you said. The way he just jumped in it so quickly. I attributed it to his training, but that being said, it's equally as plausible that, we saw, like you said, something that was potentially scripted, man.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of evidence of a lot of these headline stories being I don't know what the right word for it is, but it seems like it's being played out like you said, the presentation of it at least. I mean, but
at least that component, like meaning to say, they're never going to miss an opportunity. Like this kid looks like he's right at a central casting, man, for the perfect. He's the perfect clean-cut American kid from Utah. Gets caught up and brainwashed online. It's a perfect way to shut our channels down, call us hate speech, call us terrorists. This is the way they do things. This is how they do it, just like this.
yeah. It's a brutal reality, man. I mean, it's a signal to me that they're not willing to respect. Overall, they're not willing to respect our position.
I mean, that's not a surprise, right, to anybody. So I wouldn't think
that's a given. That's a given.
Well, some seem to. I mean, I guess maybe I'm just naive and hope that they're ignorant and just unknowing, and will choose a better way if they knew a better way.
I would hope so. Mitchell, I wonder, Mitchell, if like the older cops, if they're more likely to get it, and the younger ones may be more cocky and brash, or maybe it's the opposite way around. Like, I wonder if there's like, because think if you're a cop and maybe you served in Nam, they'd be a little old now, but maybe you had military service in the first Desert Storm and you've been on the job for a while. Some of these guys might be inspired by somebody who's standing up for rights and freedoms. You know what I mean? If somebody's really kicking that good game, that might inspire some of these officers. it's possible it could have the reverse effect on some of them, where they look and they're like, yeah, like they wish they could do it. So they almost identify with that like freedom loving component of it.
Look,
You think they would, but they apparently 9 out of 10 or more don't. I yield.
Psychologically, I'm glad you put the word up right when I was gonna say it, Sean. Psychologically, though, man, when you're defeated psychologically, it's just hard to attempt something when you're psychologically defeated. And this event psychologically even the ones who were thinking about doing it, this psychologically even defeat that just told them like, nope, I don't want that to be my fate.
Right. Right. And that, you know, it begs the question, you know, because of its effectiveness. Because it literally is the perfect story for their narrative. A little too perfect.
Yeah.
That's what grabbed me. That's what grabbed me when Sean put up he put the time he scheduled this live, and that's what got me was the whole sovereign, because a lot of us are on that. And this right here just makes us take a step back, like how are we going to handle this situation, and is this this is a big deal for those of us who are trying to break away and want to break away from this system, man. This is a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
to say the least, bro.
So let's break it down then, McCoy. You know, where did this man go wrong? You know, he did a lot of things well, and he made some huge mistakes, fatal mistakes. You know, I think his demeanor was appropriate. You know, he was, you know, he was acting in good faith with the officers, at least from his perspective. You know.
Yeah, I never saw any evidence of him reaching for a gun.
Where did he go wrong? I mean, it all happened so fast. They didn't even give this guy I mean, come on. I mean, they didn't ask the guy how he's doing. I mean, there's no interaction. It was just boom, boom, boom to the next. Like, it's just so scripted. Let's cover this point, cover this point, cover this point. And those points that they covered are the major issues when people are seeking out sovereignty. We don't, you know, that doesn't identify us. We don't have registration. We're just traveling. Those are all the points that the officer made sure to hit on. It just went too straight, man. There was no interaction. There was no person to person. I've encountered an officer plenty times, not plenty, but enough times in my life. And there's still some, hey, how you doing? Yes, I pulled you over because of such and such. Hey, where were you going? You have license and registration. Oh, okay. Yeah. And nothing, though. It was just boom, 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 boom.
It was too obvious to me as well.
Yeah, that's kind of, I think we're all kind of leaning towards that same thing. And I think McCoy's making a good point, is that usually you would think the policy enforcers, they would have taken more time to talk to him. That's right. It was too hasty. The way they jumped in, placed their hand in his car, they extracted him. It's like, I think there would have been a lot more de-escalation. You would at least think so. And there wasn't. It was too quick. It's a good point about the quickness of it all.
Okay.
Too quick.
They know that, okay, this guy's going to identify as a sovereign citizen. The last thing they're possibly going to ask him is to step out the car, because according to their way of thinking, they're not going to do that. So if they really, this, man, I'm telling you, it just boom, boom, boom. Go to the script. Even the guy in the car sounded like, yes,
with
make
one
sure
of the best savings rates in America. Banking with Cap.
All right, hold on. You see right here, they're showing this thumbnail. You see him. It looks like his left arm. All right, that's what Mitchell was saying. Mitchell was saying it looks like his left arm was reaching for the seatbelt. I think, is that what you were alluding to, Mitchell? His left arm? Because his right arm appears to be up, raised somehow.
Oh. No, I actually can't recall ever. Maybe I spoke kind of presumptively because I actually never really saw him reach for the seatbelt, but I saw him switch his phone into the other hand and kind of presumed he was reaching for his seatbelt.
Okay.
Maybe he was just raising his hand. I
Because
don't know.
this what they're showing right here. They're saying motion of his arm towards the holster. You know, come on, man. Do you really think this kid was trying to go out guns a-blazing with these cops? I highly doubt it.
I don't think so. He didn't have that energy at all about him. And I think that, yeah, it's just way too obvious to me, man. I mean, I had an incident in like 2019 where a Broomfield police officer that I'd never seen before, and I was familiar with everyone there, I thought, roll up and instantly try to reach in my vehicle. Luckily, I got my window up in time. And he stuck his hand in and thought twice and pulled his hand out instantly. But it was really weird. I felt like it was one of these situations where that's what they were going for, is, you know, a reason to call for a resistance or whatever, just off of your reaction to surprise, you know. I don't know. I'm kind of
Like a provoking, and that seems what these guys
that's
did.
it. That's the word. Yeah.
Yeah, it's provocative in nature, and you know, I'm kind of agreeing with McCoy here that they really did no de-escalation measures at all. They jumped the gun. You think they would talk to him, say, "Hey, man, come on, man. We're gonna have to extract you, but we don't want to do it. It doesn't have to go down like this." They kind of swarmed his car and just descended on this man. You know?
You would think there would be a freeze frame of him reaching for the gun where it's clear and obvious, you know, with 5 or 6 officers there on scene. There's got to be an angle that shows him reaching for the gun, and I just haven't seen any evidence of that. Not to my awareness. It seems so obvious that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm muted, aren't I? Yeah. Here, hold on. Let's finish this video.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 8 more minutes, so.
We have medical responses. Was everybody good?
Yeah, is anybody didn't take a hit?
No, did he shoot?
I don't have any fucking idea. My fucking gun jammed, so I had to drop my mag.
Are you good? The mag right here.
Yeah, that's mine because it's fucking jammed.
Good.
All right.
My bad. Did I have background noise there or no?
No.
Right now?
No, you're still good.
How about
Yes,
now?
Yeah, I'm just
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you.
I'm just want to test it if, you know. All right.
Hand that to me so I could read it. Look, they're all gloving up because they know they're about to break the window down and thump this guy. They're all gloving up. Fraudulent passport, which it doesn't appear that it was. He conflated that. Right now.
Step out of the car right now. Step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Who opened the door? Was it him? See, Piniel, did they reach in and open the door? Did he? Who the fuck opened the door? Is the question. Was it unlocked? And they pulled the handle? There's so many questions. Because the door opened, they didn't break anything.
Yeah, and his foot was out. His leg was halfway out the thing.
Right. Was he exiting and forgot he had his belt on?
Sir, step out of the car right now.
Step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out.
Who the fuck opened the door?
He probably unlocked it and they ripped it open. I mean, that's what it looked
If he unlocked it, that means he was exiting.
like.
This is going to be one of those where we're never going to know. I guarantee it. Oh my God, this is too much like a movie. It's too much like a movie. The way they were all around the car just at the perfect moment and all pump their fucking rounds in there. Like fucking Reservoir Dogs.
Wonderful. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, step out of the car for me. Sir, step out of the vehicle right now. Step out of this vehicle right now. Sir, step out of the car right
If you
now.
don't step out of the car, we're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Gun, 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 gun. She's fired! Sarge, step back. Sarge, step back.
Sarge, step back. Here, spot one. One point up here. Shots fired. You got suspect down. Send his car. Show us your fucking hands.
Show us your hands.
Show us your fucking hands. Here, I'm gonna go. Keep him on gun. Keep him on gun. Keep him on gun.
Okay, come up, come up.
Davis Fox 21. We're pulling into the post office parking lot.
So this is from the start now.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, I'm off Farmington Police. Reason for the stop today is there's no registration on your vehicle.
You have the registration, I don't answer questions.
All right. Davis Fox 21. Can you have a couple more head my way? Does this back window roll down?
Why do you even know that?
I just want to make sure that you're the only one in the vehicle. So here's the deal, man. I'm stopping you because there's no registration on your vehicle, and I'm requesting your identification. Okay? You are detained at this time, and you are not free to leave. Are you going to provide me your identification?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no, that you're not going to provide me your identification. Is that how we're going? Or would you like to provide your identification to me? We can have a conversation. We can discuss the laws that you're breaking, and then we can go from there.
If you want my identification,
Oh, so where's the conversation that you offered, which you did not give
you
him?
will be responsible for any debts that you're trying to incur here.
It's another bad faith.
Okay, so I'm not trying to incur any debts or anything. I'm trying to investigate why your vehicle doesn't have any registration.
1692, you are trying to incur debt and legal action for something
Okay.
that is not allowed.
Okay.
And under
So
218, section 245, traveling is a federally protected
Okay.
activity. for which
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that you do not have an option to identify yourself.
I do.
You are lawfully required to identify yourself. So you can provide your identification to me, and we can have a conversation about the laws that you've broken, or you can fail to identify it to me, and we can go that route too. I'm perfectly okay with either way you want to go, but the direction that this encounter goes is 100% in your hands.
Sir, you talk about the United States. And
Okay.
That is a corporate policy.
Okay.
Which you have to be contracted into and required to follow it. Unless
Okay.
you provide me a contract upon what you signature on it saying that I'm required to follow it,
Okay.
then there's
So do you want to identify yourself to me, or do you want to go a different route? Wonderful. Do you have a driver license as well?
I'm not in the jurisdiction.
Okay.
You're not stopped. You're not detained. You are not allowed to stop me.
Let me see that.
On your list.
I didn't see what you just tried to show me. Can you show that to me again? What's this?
This is the passport. It says, do not stay up, do not continue. If you go on the first page,
Okay.
it says, the United States do not request all communities concerned.
Okay. Here's what I'm telling you. Here's what I'm telling you. Okay. Will you hand that to me so I can read it? You want me to look at it through this tiny crack in your window? You're not going to hand it to me?
If I hand this to you, you accept trusteeship and surety, and you are obligated.
Sure. I'll accept trusteeship if you just handed a document so I can identify who you are, because you're required by state law. Thank you so much, Mr. Chase Allan.
That is not me. That is Mr. Plastic paper.
So you have a fraudulent passport? Wonderful. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, step out of the car for me.
No.
Sir, step out of the vehicle
No.
right now.
I am not required to.
Step out of this vehicle right now.
And we're going to have an issue where
Step out of the car right now.
Don't step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Sarge, step back. Sarge, step back.
Sarge, step back. David, Clark 20, where you point out, dude? Shots fired. We got suspect down. Send us more. Show us your fucking hands.
Show us your hands. Don't move.
Show us your hands. I'm gonna go. Keep them on gun. Keep them on gun. Keep them on gun.
Okay, I'm coming up. Coming up. Close in here. Close in here.
There's just not enough evidence at this point to really tell based off what we're seeing here. I can't even tell who opened the door, how it was opened. Based off any of the views I've seen, it's inconclusive. So if this is all the evidence there is, I can't see any of these enforcers being prosecuted at this point. I can't imagine a jury would convict. I can't imagine a prosecutor bringing up any charges on these guys based off the evidence we see. If more evidence comes to light, then that may change. But
Yeah. What about you guys? What do you think? I'm doing a few things at once, so I'd care to hear your input. If you
Sean,
have any.
Yeah, they might be doing stuff. I don't know, man. But yeah, dude.
No, I'm here. I think we got to focus on how to best approach the situation. We really got to look at the fine details of it all. I mean, I guess, and not the personal situation, but the how to handle it. Our tactic.
Right.
I don't know what the right words, but
well,
you get the point.
I think we kind of pointed out some things. I think he went wrong right at the end there. At the point where they're basically ripping him out of the car, we don't know if he reached for the gun or whatever he did, but at that point, like I said, in my mind, they're actually breaking the law, not him. But if we're
It looks like he was on private property too.
Yeah, but if we look at tactics, real world tactics, it's almost warfare at that point. I think that the tactics should be that, at some point you have to, I don't want to say comply, but you can't be non-compliant. And there's a difference. Maybe there's not. I don't know. But I'm not saying comply. But when you reach the point of non-compliance in their language, that's their justification to do what they did. The non-compliance with the deadly weapon that he supposedly had. It might not even be legally relevant if he reached for the gun. They could use the argument that he had a gun within reaching distance. And that threshold could be enough for them to have legally, not lawfully, but legally fired on him. So you probably don't even have to show that he was reaching for the gun. They just have to show there was a gun within arm's length. These guys aren't going to get prosecuted. I got my money on. There's no prosecutor around that would bring charges up against these cops.
Yeah, I said that right away. It would be justified for sure.
Right. They'll make it justified. Like NJ Jeepcott says, peaceful non-compliance. It's. I'm not complying, but I'm going to do so peacefully. And then you just take your lumps. Now, it's possible this kid was trying to go out with a blaze of glory, but that's not the sense I get. My instincts are telling me that's not the case here with this kid. He didn't have it in his voice. His demeanor wasn't such that he appeared to be acting in any way towards aggression. I don't see it. And that's what I mean about these cops, because if they were being humans first and not cops first, then maybe they would have noticed that too, and they would have used some discretion in this case. That's the point. They're acting as the badge. You know, they're the shield at that point. They're not acting as a man would to another man. It's amazing. And I also like the one cop, his first comment is that his gun jammed. And he talked about his mag. I wonder if he was trying to say it to get on the record, maybe to say, like, I didn't shoot. You know, if he was trying to say, oh, my gun jammed, so I didn't pump, you know. It wasn't me. It was all you. Either that or he was feeling like he was left out of it. He didn't want all the other boys to think he was a pussy or in some way not part of the gang. We all shot. Why didn't you? If we're going down for this, you're going down too, motherfucker. Oh, my gun jammed. My gun jammed. Mm-hmm.
Good point.
It's possible.
Yeah, it's crazy though. I think it's mainly a signal. I mean, I'm just repeating myself, but I think it's worth repeating. It's just a signal to those who want to stand for what's true and right to just comply. But at the same time, I guess conditional. Timmy, I keep circling around back to what Timmy brought up. Maintaining your honor. I think conditional acceptance to whatever, you know. Don't say no. Don't give them any reason to consider you combative or non-compliant. Like Z's pointing out, you know, there's a point where you just got to surrender, and that point is really your life. You know, you do have the right lawfully, I think, to resist an unlawful arrest up to killing the guy if you have to, but I don't think that'll ever turn out well for you if you try. So I don't suggest it, you know. I think there's a better way of dealing with it. Just take the ride downtown, you know, and get you a hot in a cot for a couple of nights, and hopefully your community will support you and, you know, help you navigate the situation, and you can have your day in court and get a little reward for your time and energy. But, you know, we'll have to figure out a way to hold these guys accountable. I think it's going to be just a matter of filing the appropriate paperwork, being simple and effective with it, and, you know, and just learn how to hit them where it matters to them, I guess, and that's the pocketbook. And
I mean, one thing that you know, maybe it's the name that shall not be mentioned, but Mr. Beauchene, one thing I agree with him on is that with the paperwork, what is the end? You know, is there an end to correcting your status?
no, it's a lifestyle. It's not a destination. So that's you gotta. We spent a lifetime making bad contracts, and, you know, if we want out of it, we got to correct it. You know, if we want to correct the record to make sure that the presumptions can't move forward, and then, you know, if anyone makes a claim, we want to answer to that shit. You know, we want to try and resolve any problems, you know, and do what's honorable and correct. And, you know, we're not trying to get away with anything. We're actually held to a higher standard, really, if you think about it. We're not looking for protections and whatever from the legal system. We're not depending on qualified immunity or plausible deniability. We're trying to be accountable for our mistakes and correct our wrongs and just do the right thing in general. And I think You know, it's going to take a transition. We're not in the, you know, I appreciate what Paul does and his position, but I just can't suggest it for everyone. It's not going to go well. You saw how prepared this guy was, and it just didn't go well. So I mean, it's
I kind of agree with Mitchell, and I think this is probably going to be a huge learning experience for anybody walking down this road, you know, because I'm walking down this road and I'm realizing that there's things I need to do stepwise. A lot of the stuff was like what we were just talking about correcting your status. As far as the paperwork, I think it's about the principle of it first. Now, if there are any practical benefits, you know, in any civil court or tortious law or any tortious claim in tort court under common law, well, then there might be a benefit there. But I think the primary benefit of getting your papers in order and correcting your status is based on the principle of it first, and then alchemizing that and then using that to embody that and then present yourself in the world. And these are the things that I'm working on now, taking that steps. I'm even getting to the part where, you know, I'm a registered voter still. I'm actually even registered under the party through which I, you know, when I registered, I declared a party. So I'm looking at the process now of how I unregister, how I take myself off. Does it really matter? Because I'm not going to vote again. No, but it's the principle of it.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, right, Mitchell?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the right thing to do, for sure. That's the honorable thing to do. Correct the status of that. And so that way they can't presume you to fall under any rules and regulations that they think they might be able to enforce against you. And that's the idea. I just look at it like a spiritual thing in the sense of it's like having your name recorded in the book of life, you know? You want to be on the good side of that ledger, I guess. You want to be on the positive side for sure, you know.
And you know, maybe even you're right. It's the principle. It's the energy of it. You know, there's a bunch of ways to look at it. But you know, in the end, I think it's, you know, even if it's like, okay, so when you're 18, you have to sign up for selective service. You know, well, I did that when I was 18. Maybe it's even just writing a letter to whoever the head of that bureaucracy is and saying, I hereby recant my initial submission of my selective service registration, you know, under the sovereignty of God and God only. I declare myself a living man, X, Y, and Z. They might throw the paper in the garbage, but at least you notified the proper individual. I do agree.
And just keep record of putting them on notice of that notice. You know, you're exactly right. That's the most honorable thing you can do. And so, you know, what I'm really finding is, you know, from my experience, I haven't heard any direct, you know, experiences where people who are going all the way like that are getting messed with. You know, I know there's a lot of fear with taking that stance, but I think that's just the most righteous thing you can do. Is I felt like I had another point to make there. Sorry, now I'm just rambling, but yeah, it's really all about, you know, eliminating their presumptions and correcting the records so that you can, you know, the paperwork does you no good if you don't have it in your heart. But so you kind of got to have it in your heart first. But I think that's what's going to bring us resolution to the problems. It's so that way they can't continue to get away with what they're doing. You know, they're only allowed to do what they are doing because of our ignorance. So yeah.
Right. And I made a comment one time to Paul on the show, and I said, look, if everybody, or we were on a panel somewhere together, and I said, look, if everybody does this, it'll change. And Paul corrected me. He said, nah, it's stupid to think that everyone's going to do it. But if just enough people do it, maybe even 1 or 2 people, they're going to have to change the way they deal with individuals like us. Even after this encounter, they're going to have to change how they deal with people who are declaring their rights and freedoms. Because they can't just be shooting people on the side of the road. That's not going to fly with mainstream society. You can't just be popping people for driving without registration. Now, unless we're to a point in quote-unquote society that we're so far gone that no one's going to care, but, you know, you just can't be popping clean-cut college graduate white boys from Utah on the side of the road. It's just, it's a bad look for the policy enforcers. See, Mitchell, here's the thing, man. This looks just as bad for the cops as it does for this quote-unquote sovereignty movement, dude. It looks bad on both sides, dude.
The
This
more
ain't
you
a
look
win.
into it, but it's not really being presented that way. So you bring up an interesting point about the presentation, you know, because you're right. There's no, like, sorry, I forgot, the McCoy, it brought up, you know, you're not seeing any parades or any protests and shit like that. You know, that's
Right, right. That's why it's almost like they played this one right down the middle, you know. Even more of an L for the quote-unquote sovereignty movement, you know, because with the gun and everything. But there's going to be a lot of people who are going to think like us, and they're going to look very poorly on these policy enforcers. You know, in a way, this could be another one of these divide and conquer tactics. I often wonder why some of these audit channels, so to speak, are so very popular on YouTube. The algorithm seems to have no problem with promoting their content at all. Makes me wonder, okay, yeah, sure, they have an agenda for going against anybody who stands for rights and freedoms, but there may be an equally strong agenda on the other side to make the cops look bad, just for division.
All right, hold on, right there.
yeah, I
Because
disagree with that.
hold on, can I add? Let me add to that.
Please,
Because
please.
I have been I feel that this is my belief from my observation, from my research over the last however long, that there is an agenda to defund the police, because there's no need for that many officers, because they have the cameras, they have all these things in place that there won't be a need for the police. So therefore, just like everything else, they make us want it and beg for it. Even though they know that's what they want, they make us want it and beg for it, so that they could I guess they could always say, well, this is what you guys wanted. So right there, you're absolutely right. That is another aspect.
Yeah, man, it's the whole, you know, killing 2 birds with 1 stone thing. We know these controllers, their game, they always play both sides of the war. If you're going to have World War II and you really want to take advantage of it, fund both sides and then profit from the war. Okay, if you really want to have a good PSYOP, play both sides against each other. From the top. Divide and conquer tactics. Because the reality is those cops are basically part of the have-nots. Yeah, okay, they get a decent salary and a pension, but they're not part of the club. They're part of us. They're basically dividing us. Because what really the war should be is us against the elites. They're the ones who are really fucking holding all the cards here. It's not against the sovereigns and the cops. Wouldn't you love a day if the sovereigns and the fucking policy enforcers can get together and storm the gates? No, that's what they really don't want. It's like Republican and Democrat. Just divide the country right down the middle, force everybody to choose a side, and just play both sides off against each other. That's how you do real controlled opposition, and that's how you get real power. Divide and conquer, you know? Listen, guys, I'm getting a little woozy, man. I'm a little metaversed out today. Yeah, it was great. It was great being on, Sean. This was a really
I only caught some your stream, but yeah, I appreciate you coming on. It was just to catch anyone talking about it. And Paul was going to talk about it earlier, and he didn't end up touching on it. So
Yeah, man. I know I stream early in the morning, dude. I'm doing that. You know, I'm doing that for a reason. I want a morning show. I like the vibe of a morning show, so it's all good there, man. And what was I going to say? No, this is great, man. I appreciate you doing this, and I think it's valuable,
I mean,
man.
you see this here. It looks like the mom tried to. I don't know what exactly the nature of her going into the department was, but a year prior had tried to go into the department.
Well, it goes what Ian pointed out. Ian said that this would 100% be a setup if they didn't have any, whatever he said, like idea of this kid prior. Whatever Ian's comment was saying like, yeah, this would be a setup if they didn't know this kid's demeanor or know his behavior prior. So Ian made a good point. But to his point, if his mom had dealings with these cops, they know who this kid was. That's why they did it. Now, that's probably why they acted so quickly, is because they had dealings with his family, which also is another reason why, you know, I don't know. I'll just leave it there because now this gives more credence to the legitimacy of this, because if they're having problems with the family, that makes sense. What McCoy was saying, why was it so hasty? Why does it seem scripted? Because this wasn't the first interaction they had with this kid or his family, so to speak. Now it's coming together, man. So maybe it's his whole family. Maybe it's his dad that's into the movement, you know, and this kid seemed more
It
schooled
was
than
the whole
anybody.
it was the whole family. That's what it said in an article anyway.
Okay. Because he seemed very well scripted. This kid knew exactly what to say by the book on how to present himself. To the
Down
point
to
that
the
he
way
knew
he
to
went.
present a passport because it's federal, not state.
And
Yeah,
he
go ahead.
cracked his window, and he cracked his window. All of that, everything he did was according to what was. It's man, it's so disheartening, man. Because I know exactly why they're doing this. I know exactly why. That's what makes it. I know why, man.
Right. Much love, everybody. McCoy, it was nice to meet you. Mitchell, pleasure as always. And thanks, Sean. Thanks for having me, homie. Catch you around, dude.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you having me up here, Sean. I see you, man. I watch your videos, man. You definitely got my attention. And Warrior, man, I'm gonna definitely check you out. And low key, good chopping it up with you, man.
I
Appreciate
think
it.
I might have been on. Was I on mute just now when I said peace out to him?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
I
were.
think
You
so.
were on.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Well, yeah. Peace out, Z. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate your input. And yeah, it's an important topic, man. And I don't see anyone talking about it. So I definitely appreciate you guys too and your input. So I don't need to necessarily go on for much longer. I don't know if I'm gonna be drawn to do another stream on this stream. We hit a lot of good points and everyone had a good outlook in my opinion. So
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one, man.
appreciate you, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna drop your link. I'm gonna probably try to drop. I'm gonna drop the your guys' channels in the description after the video.
Yeah, I'm not a content creator. I'm just here, man, seeking the truth,
After I
trying
end
to
the
find
stream,
my way out of this thing.
I might finish this
Right.
video. Let me see.
Value perspective, man.
All right, I need to turn the camera off because I think it's overloading the. Can you hear me all right though? Because you cut out. I didn't hear what you said there. I just maybe wanted to listen to this one more audio. I don't hear you, man, but I'm gonna listen to this audio really quick. It's only 5 minutes, and it's in 1.5 speed, so it'll be like 3 or 4 minutes.
Sovereign citizen license plate. Man killed by cops during traffic stop had sovereign citizen license plate. A 25-year-old man who espoused beliefs that aligned with the
Is coming in all right? Just want to
in
make sure
Utah
somebody let me know in
after
the
being
chat.
pulled over for driving without a proper license plate. On March 1st, Chase Allan, 25, was pulled over by police in the small Utah town of Farmington after cops noticed he was driving without a proper license plate. In its stead was a plate that read American State Citizen, Utah, and featured the U.S. seal, something an expert described as a sovereign citizen symbol. Police released body camera footage of the shooting on Wednesday afternoon, which shows Allan speaking through a small crack in the window and refusing to provide his ID. "I don't need registration, and I don't answer questions," Allan tells the police officer. Eventually, Allan provides the officer with his passport, although he refuses to say that he is Chase Allan and that the passport is just a piece of plastic. "If you don't step out, we're going to break the window and pull you out," the cops tell Allan, who does not leave the vehicle and instead states, "We're going to have an issue." Police then move in to remove him from the vehicle, and one repeatedly says, "Gun." During a press conference revealing the footage Wednesday, Farmington Police Chief Eric Johnson noted on the screen that Allan's gun holster was initially obscured in the car and the weapon was eventually visible on the floor. It's unclear if Allan was reaching for it at any point, as he was also holding a cell phone. Within seconds of the officer yelling "gun," a barrage of shots ring out, hitting Allan, who later died at a hospital. Allan was hit 12 times, according to the family, who described the situation as a brutal murder and raised questions about if the arrest was targeted, an idea the police rejected. In an emotional Facebook post, Allan's sister wrote that police were stonewalling them and that they learned about his death from the news. "I don't want to speculate, but I think the initial officer made a really interesting comment to the driver that this is going to go the way you decide it's going to go," said Chief Johnson when asked if he thought the situation could have gone any other way. Allan lived at home with his parents, who described him as a son, brother, grandson, nephew, peer, teammate, student, and neighbor, amongst many other important roles he played within our community. He has been studying law the last few years and was a patriot, doing what he could to defend the people's freedom and liberty in his community, his family wrote about him. While Allan's beliefs aren't definitively known, there are several indications he was an adherent to the sovereign citizen movement, which can be best described as a group of people who believe they're not bound by the laws of the country they reside in. Driving without a legitimate license plate, refusing to cooperate with police officers, and stating you're independent of the laws of the land are typical in the movement. Allan's family rejected the term sovereign citizen, instead describing him as a state national. In a statement made to Heavy.com, Allan's sister said, "The term sovereign citizen has been used by certain entities to weaponize government and law enforcement against the people." However, according to sovereign citizen expert Christine Sarteski, aside from a
Sovereign
bit of difference,
citizen expert. Trust your experts, guys. Make sure you go out and get all your trusted, safe, and effective therapies, and just keep trusting the experts, and it'll work out. It always does, right? It always does. It's proven to be true. So
in nomenclature, they are the same. Allan had previously interrupted a court hearing over his mother's traffic violation, where she was ticketed for driving an unregistered and uninsured car without a license, and was so disruptive he had to be removed from the courthouse. Both Allan and his mother had used arguments tied to the sovereign citizen ideology has been around for decades, but saw a resurgence in popularity during the pandemic. Across the world, people were using the ideas spread in the community to refuse to comply with COVID-19 health restrictions. Despite the departure of government health regulations, the growth of the sovereign citizen movement has not slowed down. Sovereign citizens have a long-standing history of not cooperating with police and, in some cases, being so anti-authority it leads to violence. In a recent case in Australia, 2 police officers and a neighbor were ambushed and killed by 3 people. The 3 were then shot dead during a police raid following the killings. Follow Mac Lamoureux on Twitter. Want the best of Vice News straight to your inbox? Sign up here.
yeah, I'm good on the best device news. I'm okay. I'll get my entertainment, my media from other sources. Thanks, though. Appreciate it. Your thoughts, sir? Any, if any? I don't know if you're at the mic, if you're busy, or, but I also don't know how my sound is. But yeah, they should have just ended this here. Allan's family rejected the term sovereign citizen, which makes sense because it's an oxymoronic statement. You have to be a moron to use it, but rejected the term sovereign citizen, instead describing him as a state national. In a statement made to Heavy.com, Allan's sister said the term sovereign citizen has been used by certain entities to weaponize government and law enforcement against the people. 100% factual. So, of course, it has to go on to say, however, according to sovereign citizen expert Christine Sarteski, aside from a bit of difference in nomenclature, they are the same. End quote. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Let me see if I got the right background to fit that statement. No, that wouldn't be it. It would be this one here. Or no, not that one. That one too. But rather, these things should be obvious to people that anyone who's here, obviously. But anyway, so I don't need to go on for much longer. This, I think, touched everything I needed to. Sometimes it's better to not keep. Again, I could have made this an hour stream, so it's going on 4. It's coming up on 4 hours. Other thoughts, Mr. Mitchell? Then I don't think I need to really touch on this much more. I don't even. Again, I don't know if I'm going to stream on this again. Played a few videos. Got numerous opinions that I value. I value Z Image and this gentleman we met here today, Mr. McCoy, the realist McCoy. Appreciate all your guys' input, and I don't, for lack of a better term, resonate with what most of you guys are saying overwhelmingly. So yeah, again, I don't know how my sound is, but hopefully it's all right. I appreciate everyone tapping in. Let's see if anyone's streaming here. Oh yeah, there is one more video. That's true. I did want to watch this one here, even though it's mainstream media, just to pick apart what might be any truths in it that might be sprinkled in. It's funny that they had to post this article at 11:03 on 3/1. This article posted at 113. Of course, 113. Let's just, in case anyone doesn't know here, not true equals 113, right? Not honest equals 113. Get what I'm trying to get at. So let me just play this though.
News Since 6 witnesses are describing the moments immediately after officers fired into a car, sending one person to the hospital.
It's 33 degrees out. I'm done. Okay.
I'm Heidi Hatch.
I'm Mark Cabell. The intense shooting happened just after 3 o'clock this afternoon along State Street in Farmington, and that's where Jim Spiewak is live right now. He's gathered a lot of new state.
Officer-involved shootings don't happen a lot in Farmington.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, we talked with several employees at the gas station right behind us. That's what they were telling us. That gas station is directly across the street from where this shooting happened, in the parking lot of the post office, which is where we are standing right now. The police chief in Farmington told us earlier tonight that there have only been 3 officer-involved shootings in this city in the last 3 years.
One of my customers came in, said, "What's going on over there in the parking lot?"
So, of course, Mark Davis looked across the street from the gas station he works at to the post office parking lot.
I was like, you know, somebody's in some trouble because this whole area is just swarmed with police.
Davis said he didn't hear any gunshots, but by the time he focused in on the blue car, it was already riddled with bullets.
Once, you know, they open up the door and step back, then officers just start coming in for every which direction.
Ruby Stevens also works at the same gas station as Davis and lives just a block away.
When I left my house, I could not come up the street to get to work.
Her reaction, the same as her coworkers.
Well,
As officers, it's usually in her store, not processing a crime scene.
I've never seen it like this before, so I mean, when I moved here, it was a quiet little neighborhood.
Details of what happened are hard to come by this early in the investigation, but Farmington Police Chief Eric Johnson says that this started as a traffic stop for the blue car that did not have a license plate, and the officer called for backup.
And a short time after that, the officer called out over the radio that shots had been fired.
Chief Johnson says that 5 Farmington officers were involved in the shooting. None were injured, but the person in the car was, their condition and identity not yet known. The chief says there was no chase and he couldn't say if the person inside the car fired any shots or even had a weapon, but was still in the car when those shots were fired.
Other than that's how we train, and I know my guys, and if they fired shots, I'm certain they were in fear of their life.
So it's quiet out here in the parking lot right now. This scene has been processed earlier tonight. The police chief went on to say because those 5 officers will be on leave during this investigation, that's really going to take a hit to their patrolling roles. That's about 20% of their patrol staff that will be on leave during this investigation. So where do we go from here? The county has their own over this investigation. I'm Jim Spiewak, KUTV2 News.
Maybe I'll give this video a chance. I looked up Chase Allan, so videos uploaded in the last hour, and that's how you find some good gems sometimes. So maybe I'll just run it. What do you guys think? What do you think, NJ? Should I run it?
A week after 25-year-old Chase Allan was shot and killed by Farmington police, the department has released body camera video of the incident.
Fox 13 News reporter Chris Arnold was at a news conference today where Police Chief Eric Johnson explained step by step what police body cameras recorded.
Chris joins us live from Farmington City Hall. Chris.
Well, good evening, Bob and Kelly. Yeah, Chief Eric Johnson shared a compilation of footage from the body cameras worn by the 5 officers that responded to that scene at the post office last Wednesday, as well as the initial officer's dash camera from his patrol vehicle. Now, in that footage, the chief says it details what started as just a trial with police. Now, I do want to warn you, the video we are about to show you is graphic.
You don't step out of the car, we're going to break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car. Go, 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 go.
Step out of
Well, the body camera footage here shows an officer trying to pull Allan out of the car after repeated attempts to get him to step out of his vehicle. Now, the footage also shows Allan had a holster on his right hip, and here a gun can be seen laying on the floor on the driver's side of his car. Now, Allan was originally stopped by the initial officer last Wednesday afternoon just before 3:30 for having an illegitimate license plate, which the chief told me was a placard and not a plate from Utah or the other 49 states. Now, during the stop, Allan can be heard saying he doesn't answer questions and that traveling is a federally protected act. The initial officer called for assistance, and 4 other officers, including a supervisor, arrived shortly after. Now, after producing a passport identifying himself as Chase Allan, an officer is shots were fired. Now, I asked the chief about what officers are trained to do in this kind of situation.
Officers are trained to respond using deadly force when there's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death to them or anyone other than the suspect. And what I see on that video is officers not responding to someone that just has a gun in a holster.
Well, the chief did address dispatch audio heard last week with somebody saying to shut off all of the body cameras. He says those orders are done out of efficiency for the investigation and that the fluidity of this particular incident was well over that point. Now, he also says that members of the were given an opportunity to view the body camera footage before it was released to us earlier today, but they did not respond back. Now, I did ask the chief if the gun found in Allan's car was registered to him or someone else, and the chief was shots were fired in this incident. It is questions we expect to be answered by the Davis County Incident Protocol Team as well as Bountiful Police as their investigation into this incident continues. For now, live here in Farmington, Chris Arnold, Fox 13 News.
New details. Audio recordings show the moment Chase Allan, the man who was shot and killed by Farmington police, had a previous conversation with officers. It's our top story on 2 News at 6.
I told you 25-year-old Chase Allan died last Wednesday after he was pulled over for driving without a correct license plate. KUTV's Amanda Gilbert live. The exclusive recordings from inside a courthouse. Amanda?
What's up, Pineal?
The audio you're about to hear is from the Davis County Justice Court where I'm standing. It was September of last
Hanging out, man.
Chase Allan's mom, Diane Allan, was defending herself.
Did you? When do you get here?
She brought to court over an
Just got here right now. You don't even know when I got here,
Oh,
bro?
okay.
Who the fuck just brought me up?
You gotta get off. You gotta get up here. Watch out. Watch out. You got my cat on. Nah, I meant. When did you tune into the stream, bro? I had Z on here, and well, Mitch is still here. Had a new guy. He was pretty cool. We had
I just got here. You think I watched your stream?
I don't know, man. I don't usually stream on this channel, so I'm trying to be on more than one channel so that I can avoid. That's kind of how you gotta have to hop around, kind of like how Paul's doing. I mean, technically.
Yeah. I'm just busting your balls. Of course, I'm honored to be on your stream.
All right, I'm gonna play it. It's only 11 minutes. It's actually 11 minutes and 11 seconds.
Wait, whoa. What are you playing here, bro? 11 minutes? What the fuck's going on? I just got on your stream, bro. Why are you gonna play an 11-minute video?
Do you know what we're talking about? You know what the subject matter is? You know the story at all?
Oh, no, yeah, let's get to that. That was your question. Get me up to speed. What's going on?
I mean, you saw the thumb.
Oh? No, I didn't see nothing, bro. I clicked on a link someone sent me. A beautiful woman sent me the link to this, so I clicked on it, and I ended up here.
All right, you're good.
Repeatedly objecting the judge and the
Get me up to speed.
Oh, so this is the mom. Okay. Get you up to speed. All right. Man. Here, this gentleman right here. I'm not gonna play this whole video. I'm just gonna show you. This gentleman, Chase, was involved in a police interaction here on the 1st. Why don't I just let you watch the video, man? Here, because I haven't watched this one.
I don't know. I just because I'm being like Talcott. I don't want to sit here and watch the video, but go ahead.
A quote unquote an American national. Here's a quote from his family. It says Allan's family rejected the term sovereign citizen, instead describing him as a state national. In a statement made to the website, it says Allan's sister said the term sovereign citizen has been used by certain entities to weaponize government and against the people. I agree with all that, right? Then it says, however, according to sovereign citizen expert Christine Zarteshi, whoever this bitch is, says, quote, aside from a bit of difference in nomenclature, they're the same, which, of course, is not the case. I mean, that can be argued, but I'm sure Mitch would agree with me that they're not one and the same. Some people would say cops are the real sovereign citizens.
No.
But anyway, I yield or digress.
Oh, Mitch is here?
Right, yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, the cops are the sovereign citizens, right? The way they're trying to frame it, like going against the rule, like going against laws and shit.
Well, this brings up another interesting aspect because he identified as a state national, which there are state citizens and state nationals. So state citizens are the de jure government. State nationals are just those honorable and credible men and women who have corrected their status, or more appropriately said, in the process of correcting their status. But they've put it on the record. They've made their declaration on the record, who and what they are. And so, you know, they have these protections, you know. They're supposed to be protected by law, but you know,
So the soft and the gangbangers,
it's real
right?
interesting because I think that this is really the resolution. That it's a campaign against the resolution.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
I don't know
it's
about no resolution.
it's
But
deeper
they are
than
the
that. It
gangbangers.
gets into the state nationals thing, and that I've been trying to advocate for years now, because it's so important.
Yeah, because
And
they're just they're the security force for the corporations.
yeah, there is
It's all
resolution.
fraud.
There's resolution to every problem you have.
Yeah, definitely under God, but then also on man's law, right? We're creating
Every
the vision of in the
every
vision of
problem you
God, right?
have, it's just an opportunity.
Dude, if you're gold, how could you have a problem? The only problem is stepping off abyss into a pit of fire, right? Or if you're gold, you're only gonna get more pure, more refined. So what do you ever have to worry about? And that becomes the problem. The more you realize that, you won't be able to be on the world no
Yeah,
more.
I interpret that different than you, but
Well, when you said your interpretation was that there's never a problem, it's an opportunity,
Anyways,
right?
I'm gonna play more. Okay. So
Is your volume real
from a year
low,
prior-
Pineal?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
It's better now.
Any better? A little better? How about now? Better now?
I think that it's your responsibility while you're here.
That's what you said.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
You said every problem's an
I think while you're
opportunity,
here,
right?
it's your responsibility to.
So what are you
Yeah,
saying?
and I think while you're here, it's your responsibility to seek resolution instead of having the cop-out excuse of, well, if I get killed, then so be it. I'm off to a better place, you know?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you're off to a better place. I don't know where you go. I'm saying, I don't know what the fuck. Wait, now I'm confused, bro. All I'm saying is, know your worth.
You said if you're gold, then
yeah, know your worth. Like know that deep
I'm
down,
sure.
like even if you're unpolished gold or you're a diamond, that's enough. Like know that deep down in the core, even if you got some things to work on, like, you know what I mean? Maybe you got some impurities in the gold right now that still got to get more refined, but at the core, there's a chunk of gold there. So maybe a little fire and heat isn't the worst thing. A teacher, the devil's the teacher. He's the fire, the flame, the purifier. So give mad respect. Like you said,
Yeah,
it's not a problem, it's an opportunity.
That might be philosophically true, but it doesn't really relate to the context of this dude losing his life.
Oh, I didn't know we were even talking about a dude losing his life. I don't know nothing about a dude losing his life.
It's that dude right there on the screen.
I guess this must be the guy they brought up on the other stream. They were talking about that. I didn't know what they were talking about. This must be him.
Yeah, you might want to look into it. It's kind of an important piece of history.
Here, I'm gonna play the rest of this video.
That's what they would want you to think.
Yeah, or
no, it's reality.
Anything is possible.
What
as
is
far as,
something that's been in the mainstream news and all over, plastered over mainstream media is reality? Highly doubt
Do
it.
you know, is this guy not real?
Well, I don't know. I go by my gut instinct. My gut instinct tells me this is blasted all over. Everyone's talking about it. So there's
your
probably some
gut
bullshit
instinct
about it.
tells you all mountains are buildings. So
yeah, and they are.
Here's the thing, Brian.
And everyone's blaspheming God if they don't agree with you.
No, is the Earth a globe or flat or something? And maybe you don't know, but not what they tell
Hold
us.
on, let me slow your roll really quick.
We could barely hear you, Pineal.
I know where you're getting at.
Brian's coming here to prove to the internet that he's a man. Yeah, he's gonna fuck your wife or your mom.
Better. Is it better now?
Or your mom, or your sister, or your cousin, or some random bitch you met.
Come on, tell me. Am I better now?
No, but no. Are you a globe? Are you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther?
He's not man enough to get his own.
Are you a
Can
flat
you hear
earther?
me? Mike,
yes, we can, Pineal. Yes, we can. I just need to know if he's a flat earther.
I don't identify with any of your internet games.
Is Mitch a flat earther or not, Pineal?
I don't claim any of your internet gangs, bro.
Yeah, I'm like.
No, I'm not even saying I'm one or the other, but I'm just saying if you did say that it's not a globe properly,
you're a meltologist.
then I would say to you, well, thank you, but you're a globetard, or you're a dumbass, or you're a flat earther who's going to shit on meltology yet be a flat earther.
All right, I don't want to change.
I don't
the
believe
subject
in your
matter.
belief systems, bro.
I don't want you to. I never said you had to. Go ahead, Pineal.
I'm gonna let this play.
You're a Luciferian.
Thank you, Mitch. I love you.
So okay, can you hear me all right? Because I want to say something about this whole thing here.
Yeah,
That the mom was
something-
pulled over less than a year prior for what does it say here? For no driver license and possession, driving a motor vehicle infraction. So, and it says guilty disposition. It says September 21st, and it says guilty bench. The offense date was April though. And it was also in the same city. It was in Farmington City. But
no, I don't mean I love you. I do love you, Mitch, but I'm mad at you right now.
Can we
You're in your
bring
mood.
it back to the brochure further now?
Yeah, I got a little bit. No, go ahead. Yeah, my bad. Mitch is right. Mitch laughs. What a piece of shit. He laughs at that. Oh my god.
Come on, guys. This is...
Sorry.
You can hear him and his mom protest his removal. Eventually, from the courtroom, Diane calls 911.
Someone's being assaulted. Is this 911? Yes, it is. Hang on. This
I'm not hanging up.
You need to call about duty to direct them into right now. Their rights are being violated. They're getting assault battery. I'm being assaulted. I'm being assaulted. Please, you need to send help right now.
Diane then leaves. Utah criminal defense attorney Clayton Sims listened to part of this audio.
It's sad knowing that leads to sort of a tragic end.
He says it's okay to express one's beliefs.
There's nothing un-American about, fighting the legal system or fighting your criminal
Guys,
case.
Allie's live. I might have to.
Disruptive in the courtroom, the judge and the bailiff can control that disruptive behavior and remove you or arrest you.
Sims believes there are similar patterns between
Also,
this
that-
interaction and the traffic stop that sadly led to Chase's death.
That he was defiant to authority, did not sort of de-escalate and sort of calm down. And I think that's probably what happened in the traffic event too.
Pineal, hop on Allie's stream.
Diane's trial did continue after she left the court.
I'm probably gonna
In the end,
I'm probably
the
gonna
judge
end the
did-
stream after this video. It's only another like 5 minutes. Because I've been going about just hit over 4 hours. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
All right, my bad for interrupting.
All right, you're good.
Find her guilty of 2 traffic violations. She was fined $100. Now, this was a 25-minute trial, so if you'd like to see more, head to our news app or YouTube
Yeah, no
channel.
thanks.
I'm Amanda Gilbert, KUTV.
Good, I'm off to police. Reason for the stop today is there's no registration on your vehicle.
No, thanks.
Alrighty. Davis, Fox 21. Can you have a couple more head my way? Is this back window roll down? I just want to make sure that you're the only one in the vehicle. So here's the deal, man. I'm stopping you because there's no registration on your vehicle, and I'm requesting your identification. Okay? You are detained at this time, and you are not free to leave. Are you going to provide me your identification? Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no, that you're not going to provide me your identification. Is that the route we're going? Or would you like to provide your identification to me? We can have a conversation. We can discuss the laws that you're breaking, and then we can go from there.
If you want my identification, you'll be under duress and you accept surety and trusteeship over it. Meaning you will be responsible for any debts that you're trying to incur here.
Okay, so I'm not trying to incur any debts or anything. I'm trying to investigate why your vehicle doesn't have any registration.
1692, you are trying to incur debt and legal action for something
Okay.
that is not allowed.
Okay,
And under
so
218, section
here's
245, traveling is a federally protected
okay.
activity. for which
I
you
understand
are
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You are lawfully required to identify yourself, so you can provide.
Any comment on that?
I'm trying to check out Allie's shit. I'm not really paying attention to anything. I'm probably gonna dip, bro.
Yeah, I can comment. On it. I mean, so essentially, what they're arguing about is jurisdiction. You know, the officer's trying to get jurisdiction, and if he can deem you as an incompetent ward of the state, essentially, by not knowing who and what you are, by not knowing your actual name and when you were born, you know, you presume the birth date as, your born date, you know, so it gets into all that bullshit, you know, with the birth certificate fraud, but that's how they get jurisdiction, you know, is
Yeah, he's just trying to fraudulently onto. He's trying to trick him into, you know, position that he wants him in. So
yeah, exactly. You get
I
it.
mean, it's pretty.
Your identification to me, and we can have a conversation about the laws that you've broken, or you can fail to identify it to me, and we can go that route too. I'm perfectly okay with either way you want to go, but the direction that this encounter goes is 100% in your hands.
Sir, Utah Code, United States Code,
Okay.
is a corporate policy
Okay.
which you have to be contracted in to be required to follow it. Unless you can provide me a contract with my wet ink signature on it saying that I'm required to follow it.
Okay.
Then there's
So do you want to identify yourself to me, or do you want to go a different route? Wonderful. Do you have a driver license as well?
I'm not within your jurisdiction.
Okay.
Do not stop. Do not detain. You are not allowed to stop me.
Let me see that.
On your list,
I didn't see what you just tried to show me. Can you show that to me again? What's this?
This is a passport. It says do not stay up, do not detain. If you go on the first page,
Okay.
it says the United States hereby requests all community concerns.
Okay. Here's what I'm telling you. Here's what I'm telling you. Okay. Will you hand that to me so I can read it? You want me to look at it through this tiny crack in your window? You're not gonna. Sure, I'll accept trusting ship if you just hand me the document so I can identify who you are because you're required by state law. Thank you so much, Mr. Chase Allan.
That is not me. That is a piece of plastic paper.
So you have a fraudulent passport?
No.
Wonderful. That's what I'm hearing. Hey, step out of the car for me.
No.
Sir, step out of the vehicle right now.
I am not required to.
Step out of this vehicle right now.
We're going to have an issue where
Step out of the car right now.
Yeah, you know, me personally, I'm not gonna address it with that energy, man. I'm not gonna be non-compliant. Doesn't necessarily infer any type of indignation. What am I trying to say here, Mitch? I mean, I don't think
indignation
he was coming with necessarily the right.
Indignance.
I think he.
I don't know. I would say
I think on both
that.
sides. Go ahead. I mean, the police were using force, right? And he was trying to really match that energy in a way. So at the same time, I could say he was just trying to meet them on level ground to where they seemed with.
It sounds like massive miscommunication where the cops are just escalating so quick. They're not letting them.
Yeah, they don't
explain
recognize
themselves.
you're a peon. You know what I mean? You're just a fucking pissant. So they're not going to recognize your, you know, quote self-believed sovereignty, which you know, of course.
Right where you stop.
Really... Yeah, go ahead.
What?
What were you gonna say?
Who?
All right, I don't know. Mitch cut me off. I'm just gonna play the video. I don't know what.
Tina, you got a horrible delay.
Oh, I do. Okay. All right. My bad.
You got a horrible delay. No, sorry. It's just hard to have a conversation because you got a bad delay.
Step out of this vehicle right now. Sir, step out of the
I'm just letting you have. No, yeah, he's got a bad delay for me. I don't know.
Sir, step out of the vehicle right now. Step out of this vehicle right now. Step out of the car right now.
If you don't step out of the car, we're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Go.
Alrighty. Well, anyway, peace out, Brian. I don't, yeah, he said gun 7 times. Yeah. Yep. Again, I don't need to keep bringing up these points, but I mean, Farmington, where it happened, I mean, you got 54 and 153 is double overlap, but with Jesuit order. Anyway, so, and then of course this article with the stonewalling us, perfect match with Jesuit order. So, I mean with Society of Jesus. So, I'm not going to touch on the gematria though. Anyway, I think it was a good stream. I appreciate it, Mitch. You had a lot of good points, and so McCoy, and Brian wasn't really here long enough to to say much, but yeah. Let's see. I'm probably gonna go over here to see. I would play this video by Todd Grant.
Yeah, thanks for the conversation, man.
For sure. I think I have a
Well,
delay.
I forget the first name. The McCoy. What was
the real McCoy?
Yeah. But the McCoy man, yeah, the real McCoy. They had a really good perspective. It was interesting. It was a good conversation, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad Z joined. His intuition, right off the bat, told him exactly what we were suspecting. You know. So that.
Can you hear that playback or no?
No, I didn't hear any audio.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good stream. I think I can end it here. I'm just checking the tabs to make sure there's nothing I missed. Yeah, it's crazy how it says, according to the Justice Department, members of the Sovereign Citizen Movement are quote, an extreme anti-government movement whose members believe the government has no authority over them. I mean, other than extreme, other than the, you know, appeal to emotion, what about that is wrong? That the mind control has no authority over them. The governmente, control the mental. I mean, what part of that is wrong to say, really? Other than extreme, maybe. I mean, I don't know what's extreme about it. Anti-government? I mean, yeah, anti-mind control. I would say that's not that far off. Extreme anti-government movement. Is it a movement? I don't know. Is it people just realizing the inherent rights and nature that they align with, as opposed to the synthetic man-made laws that aren't aligned with universal and natural law or rights and values or principles, but rather gain and power and politics and socioeconomic moves and you know, globalism. And what does this all boil down to, really? The bigger picture of all this, you know, it's pretty obvious. So it's about control. So it's about control. It's about politics. It's about money. Sir, you have anything to say before we part ways here? I think beating a dead horse at this point. Showtime. Oh, I thought you said Showtime. So bizarre. Oh, that's going to be interesting to see.
No, man.
You're cutting in and
Catch
out.
you
You're cutting in and out there. But,
next time around.
Yeah, you cut in and out there a little bit, but.
All right. I just want to say thank you, man. All right. Peace.
All right.
All the best to you. Thanks for having me up. Peace.
You too, man. Appreciate your input, dude. For real. Appreciate everybody. It was a good stream. Smash that like if you're not subbed. Make sure you're still subbed tomorrow too when they remove the sub. And I think I touched on this Vice article, right? Yeah. I don't think I need to really read anything out of a Vice article, so. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. Again, I'm not sure if I'm gonna continue on this subject on this Chase Allan fellow. But rest in peace, sir. I guess we could end it actually one more time with that 2-minute little clip that I started with. See, I could play more clips, but I don't want to play anything from ABC, you know, or NBC, CBS, any of this stuff. Especially if I'm going to get struck for it too. I mean, but just in general. Let me see something. And again, my point in playing this is to show, to give a perspective of what this gentleman was like from just the pictures provided. You know, pictures can paint 1,000 words. And yeah, I'm just gonna let it.
Yeah, what's up, bro? That guy does not look like he's gonna shoot a cop. You know?
Not to me, sir. Not even a little bit. You know, not even a little
The
bit.
fuck? That guy was completely innocent and just fucking smoked him like a gang style fucking shooting. Like, all right, you know what's funny too? I seen in the video because I went and looked at it myself. It looked like they're about to do crossfire on each other, bro. They almost crossfired each other. The cops.
What do you mean? The cops almost hit each other, you mean?
Yeah. One of the cops went on the other side of the car while they're shooting into the window from the other side, and they started shooting from the passenger through the passenger window, and the cops had to move out the way and shit.
Right.
They almost crossfired. How funny would that be if they crossfired each other? Fucking idiots.
Again, I mean, I've been going for over 4 hours, and it's like, in a way, I keep going because I don't necessarily want to touch on this again because it's just a really heavy topic, man. And
This shit
but at the
happens
same
every
time,
day, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. I could address another, person in another, just one state over,
Give it a
one
fucking
county
day,
over.
and in a few days, it'll be another fucking case just like this. It's like you're giving somebody. All you gotta do is say you're in fear for your life, and you're allowed to empty your fucking magazine on them. You know? Say you got shot 12 fucking times, yeah. 3 cops, 12 times shooting the fuck out of them. Crazy. The kid fucked up. If you have a gun
It said
on you,
it said at least
oh, sorry,
it
you're
was so
cutting out.
unnecessary, man.
Yeah, but you know the kid
I'm
should have
cutting in and out. You
announced.
said?
Yeah, the kid should have announced that he had a concealed carry on him, and then they would have disarmed him. They wouldn't have got shot. You know what I mean? Like that's the first thing. If you have a gun on you and a cop pulls you, you're supposed to be like, "I'm my CCW or whatever." You know, my weapon's here. Da, da, da.
Yeah. Have you ever had an experience? Anything I mean, have you ever been pulled over and had
Oh
to?
yeah, one time I was with my ex-girl. We got pulled over by this OP. It's like a state trooper type thing over here. It's called OPP. They followed me off the highway, and then maybe like pull into like the fucking gas station because I was going 10 kilometers over the speed limit, 110, when it's supposed to be 100, which is like probably it's barely like going over. Pulled me over, and yeah, like it was a female cop, and she was all jittery and shit. Had like her hand on her gun. It's like make no sudden movements, and shit. You know, like she looked like she was about to fucking pull it out on me.
Yeah, man. I've had cops. I've had guns drawn to me on my own staircase of my own house. You know what I mean?
I've had guns drawn on me from
nothing
fucking civilians,
at all.
not from. Yeah, I've never got a gun put on me from a cop, but I've got it like people trying to rob me and shit. I've had that.
I've actually, yeah. I mean, back in the day, man. Back in the day, associating with people I shouldn't have been. Well, unbeknownst to me at the time. But yeah, I've been in a situation like that one time. So I was really young and dumb, but
I don't know. I think the kid went about it the wrong way though, because if you have a gun on you, you don't be fumbling around and then, moving around like that when you have a gun on you, bro. So,
but again, I don't know if he was trying to reach for a seatbelt, but I almost feel like, in my opinion, what my approach would be is almost like complete. I would almost freeze.
But if you're allowed,
dumb,
exactly. But
because they're literally scared of intelligence. You know what I mean? If your intelligence supersedes them alone, this guy's a threat. You know, he might just be a fucking Jason Bourne.
Just because this guy has a fucking pistol, and if it's legal, if it's on his holster, if he doesn't point it at you, then how are you allowed to shoot him? Just because he has a gun, you're in fear for your life? Aren't you allowed to have guns? So it's like, what? Makes no sense. You're allowed to have a gun concealed, so you can't just shoot somebody because they have a gun on them.
Right.
I don't know the logic.
I remember seeing in one article, it said something about, I don't know if it was something unpaid or, but again, that's hard to prove, and at best it's just speculation. It's on the internet, so I don't know what article to trust and what not to trust. So whole thing, especially in the day and age we're in, especially with deep fake and this person does not exist.com kind of stuff. I'm not trying to infer anything with this
fucking
case.
They fucking executed that kid, bro. I swear, if I was that kid's family, I'd be doing some crazy shit. I'll tell you that.
What's interesting too to me, I don't think I brought up at any point, was how it happened allegedly at a post office, at a post office parking lot. I just find that oddly ironic that it was at a federal, well, someone say the United Post Office is non-federal, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I forget.
I'm pretty sure it is federal.
Mitch or Keith would probably know better than me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Oh wow, and this article posted at 5:55.
Those guys are just dying to fucking shoot.
Heavy subject matter. Yeah,
of course. They just
wanted
to shoot someone. They're like, fucking, yeah, we get to use a gun finally.
Of course, dude. Again, dude, look, I've done streams like Saturday night streams that go for 12 hours, and I look back and say, honestly, I didn't really cover anything of that much value I could have. But this is actually a really important topic to me, and even though it's one individual that I'm really focusing in on, I think because of how this gentleman appeared to be on the surface, it seems like more on the surface. I mean, looking at his family life and his home life, it gives me the perspective that, yeah, like you said, no danger, you know, is what it seemed like to
He
me as
was no
well.
fucking danger. He's no danger, but he's living in a lot
Again,
line. He can't get touched by the cops.
yeah, I would like
What
to
do
see
you
if he has any
expect? You're
social
arguing with the
media.
cops. You're arguing with the cops. If they're gonna smash your fucking window and you have a gun on you, as soon as they do that, you're gonna get startled. You're gonna start moving. They're gonna be good. Obviously, you're gonna get shot. Like it's pretty obvious you're gonna get yourself killed. So it's like,
Yeah, that's why again I would practically, I feel like, freeze, you know, or I don't even know, or you know, disclose I
and
had
this
a
kid was
weapon
probably
before
he's probably watching
too,
some fucking YouTube shit.
voluntarily.
Yeah, you tell them you have a weapon on you. If you have a weapon, that's the first thing you gotta tell them. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you know you gotta look from the cops' eyes too. They're probably dealing with fucking idiots all day long. You know, there's a lot of idiots out here. As much as you know, people like to hate the cops. You do need the cops. That's probably why everyone here is like safe to some extent, because there's like a fear of the cops and going to jail. No, that everyone just break in your fucking house at any time. They won't give a fuck if there's no cops. You know. Yeah, these guys probably go through a whole bunch of bullshit every day. They're probably jumpy and shit. Some of them are
I
just
didn't
probably
realize I was on mute there. My bad.
yeah. I don't know. It's probably like some of them probably just get in it just because they want to shoot people. Just like some people go to the military just say go kill people because they want to just kill people. You know.
And I don't want to keep pointing this out over and over again, but because again, this is just a Fox News article, so you know, all it really means is this is just propaganda, just contrived. But I just happen to want to look this up, stonewalling us, and it's a perfect match with Society of Jesus at the bottom here. Yeah. Anyway.
4-way match, huh?
Yeah, across the board. So, in other words, that's what they're saying. It's their fingerprint. That's what that is. That's like, hey, you know. But again, like Zach Hubbard fails to mention or fails to touch on, it's like, how is the code being how is it being manifested? You know. And that's where you just start going into
I feel
theories.
bad for
And
the kid. The kid thought, yeah, I don't, those cops had no reason to do that shit. They should get sued for that shit. The kid.
Homicide investigators on the way that'll be take over this investigation. This afternoon.
Well, here you go. Look how long the video is. I mean, come on, man. It's sick, dude. 2 minutes and 1 second. I mean, I don't even need to do this anymore. 2:01. All right, I'll just play it. I haven't played this one yet. So.
This afternoon at approximately 4:45, our dispatch received a call to a shooting here at the Hobby Lobby.
Fucking ended up on YouTube one way or another.
Arrived. What they learned initially on the scene was that we had an employee come in to speak to a manager. An altercation began. It got heated. The employee.
Well, this is a different case. This is someone else, right?
That manager is now deceased. That is all the information that we have at this time. Obviously, we have homicide investigators on the way that will be take over this investigation, and we're actively looking for the suspect. Not at this time. About what time did this take place? The initial call came in at 4:45 this afternoon. Any idea what the argument was about? No, way too early to have any information like that. That'll be something that homicide investigators will I don't have that information. I don't know the time. Probably a shift change time, so it's hard to say that there may be, but I wasn't given that information. So you all cleared the building? Officers have cleared the building. There may be other buildings they are still clearing, but the building where the initial incident occurred has been cleared.
So there's a lot of different units. It looks like a training center, maybe like the corporate office. Do you know which specific unit this happened in?
I do not. That would have to be a question answered by someone with Hobby Lobby. I do not have that information.
We were told the suspect possibly had 2 guns. Is that true? Have you got any information on that?
That was one report.
What is this though? Is this someone else, right?
Can't verify anything, you know. Sorry, I just I don't
That's
have any answers.
someone else though. It's not the kid though.
Say that again.
It's a different case, right? Someone else. Someone killed a manager or something.
Dude, I must have been half listening because I thought, wow.
That wasn't even about the kid. That
I
was
was
a whole different
half
story.
listening. My bad. Okay.
The hell,
Jesus.
I'm like, what the fuck? I thought I was tripping. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow. See, this is what happens when you're on here too. When you're streaming too long. I was barely paying attention. And okay, all right.
That was in Oklahoma, and some guy killed his manager or something after an argument at work.
All right. I think we can edit
This
it.
is
'Cause I already played. I wanted to end it with the I already did. Yeah, I already did play it. So I'm gonna end it, Mr. Cage. I appreciate you, bro. It looks like Allie's having a stream. It also looks like Mr. Dave is live with Brian Staley.
All right, man. Yeah, thanks for having me. Much love. I don't want to watch this depressing shit. That's
Yeah. I got
it. Yeah, much love, man. I'll see you around.
Hopefully, it's not an indication of things to come. That's all I'm saying. You know.
Where's the protesters for this
Anyway.
kid, bro? Much love, man.
Say that again.
Where's the protest for this kid, bro? No one's saying anything about it.
Well, this apparently was it here. Right here. There's only an 8-second video.
See you quick. Oh, there is a protest.
Hold on.
For Chase! Justice for Chase! Justice for Chase! Justice for Chase!
That's the video. That's all they have about a protest. So, man. Anyway, sir. Appreciate you.
Much love, man. Cheers.
Yeah,
Man.
I'll see you soon. Much love, everybody. I guess I could let it go a couple more minutes to 4 hours and 40 minutes since it is a 44 code type of event. So yeah, again, Farmington and Jesuit Order have a double overlap. So whatever you want to get out of that, make of it what you will. So I'm touching on multiple angles from open panel, getting different perspectives, to factoring even gematria into the equation, to what I think the most valuable part is, like Mr. Mitch brought up, so I appreciate him, is to shine some light on who the individual was, who he seemed to be. And I think this picture says a lot. So, yeah, if I watch this anymore, man, I'll get overly, I'll get, nah, man, I get too emotional as far as I've been doing a pretty, I don't want to say good job, but I've managed to fight off some feelings that have tried to come to the surface, and I'm surprised. I feel like I should have been at some point. I don't know how I haven't. Anyway, guys, not to discourage anybody from standing on their rights and freedoms. I just really, I wonder what this really was. If this was just a overuse of force, just another case of overreach, or if there's more to this. Mitch warned me to stay away from the speculation. I agree. Stick to like the facts, and again, shine light on this individual who seemed like a charming young man, just based off the limited information. So blessings to him and his family, or his family, I should say, if they happen to come across this video somehow. Yeah, appreciate it, Jeep Girl. I don't think I'm gonna touch on this again unless the feeling to arises. If there's new information that comes out, or if people want to touch on it again, then I guess since I've already done a 4, almost 5-hour stream on it, I guess I could do it on this channel again. Maybe someone else can play the videos though, since I'm watching some of them back and they're pretty slow. I gotta upgrade my game here. But much love, y'all. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't today, if there's somebody close to you, let them know you love them, just to remind them in case they forgot. And even if they didn't, just remind them anyway. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. See y'all soon. Take care.